It's not going to involve a sale of the company at this point. Another name that's come to the fore again, this was reporting yesterday from Reuters late in the day, is Evergy, the utility that had NextEra having made a bid. That's true. But what I've heard is that bid was made a long time. Another name that's come up was last May, and that they have not been talking. And in fact, the May bid happened, and then NextEra moved on to try to buy Duke, remember, or at least made a bid or made their interest known. That didn't really advance very far. Remember, we've told you that has also fallen by the wayside. And the same is what I'm understanding with Evergy. In fact, from what I'm hearing, the NextEra guys were kind of surprised by the story. Elliott, a large owner of Evergy, though, has taken the opportunity to say, hey, there's interest. You guys should try and sell yourself. Now, remember, Evergy did entertain some offers last spring into the summer. And again, I'm told the last bid from NextEra was May. But then sort of abandoned that and has been committed to staying independent. That was early August or so when we got reports on that. So a couple of deals that don't appear likely to happen, worth mentioning.
David, I thought you included another one, which is Lowe's not in talks to buy HD Supply. And
yeah.
HD Supply stock is up.
Is it?
So, yeah, so who is in talks, so to speak?
I don't know. I did notice that. Yeah, Lowe's actually saying, not us. Nope, no thank you.
So how does that happen, Dave? We get a story that I guess we got a lot of apologies from the writer, right?
No, that doesn't.
There has to be. Someone must.
Hey, Jim, finally, I know you're Occidental Petroleum, your favorite company out with earnings.
Yeah,
you're happy about that.
Oh yeah, well that was a good deal at the Anadarko.
Adjusted loss of $783 million.
It trades like a pot stock today. It trades like Tilray. Pot stocks. Yeah, Tilray's a pot stock. Got it. Cannabis.
Guys, NASDAQ's down a full percent, and that's dragging some of the S&P down with it. Let's get to Bob Pisani. Hey, Bob.
Yeah, mixed open. Industrial still holding up a little bit better. Definitely mega cap tech a little weaker. Just take a look at the sectors here. I just call this a mixed open here with energy up slightly, healthcare and banks again doing a little better after a terrific rally yesterday in the bank sector. Tech's down slightly. Communication services largely because, of course, you have Alphabet in that particular group. If you look at the mega caps, all down here, led by Facebook, was down about 2% about 4 or 5 minutes ago, somewhere around there. Apple just turned positive. That's interesting. That was negative at the open. Amazon, Microsoft, Alphabet, as you see here, all to the downside. I think the most interesting thing is to look at how fast these cyclical sectors have moved. I noted yesterday, particularly industrials, we hit a lot of new highs yesterday and again today. Big names, Caterpillar, Illinois Toolworks, Honeywell, Sherwin-Williams, Deere, Johnson Controls, Sherwin-Williams, Packard, Cummins, just a long list of industrials at new highs. What concerns me is the multiples, because we're pricing in perfection here. These stocks do not normally, Honeywell doesn't trade at 25 times forward earnings. These are all at the highest levels in more than 10 years at this point. Honeywell trades 15 to 20 times forward earnings. So what's the street saying? Well, you get an expanded multiple when economies traditionally expand. Okay, so that's exactly what we are getting. But these numbers are really frothy. They are really well out there. So we're going to have one heck of a recovery here. And also, at some point, a much greater push up in earnings that are currently being anticipated. It's not quite the same, but getting there with the banks. Obviously, they haven't rallied to the extent that the industrials have. But even some of the banks, the regional banks, are trading at higher multiples than they have had in the last several years. I know this is not the only metric you use with bank stocks, but it's a useful way to look at things. U.S. Bancorp at 14 hasn't been there in several years. Fifth Third, PNC also is starting to get a little bit elevated here. My point here is that the street is starting to price in a normalization of the economy in 2021. And you can see it here. Look at these earnings estimates for the S&P 500. This is the whole S&P. 2019, we had 162. This year, we go to 136. 2021, we have 168. It's back to normal again.
All right. Morning, guys. Happy Tuesday. Let me turn this off real quick. I'm watching the CNBC. I'll have it play in the background maybe. So, yeah, guys, let's see. Morning, Spencer. Morning, Greg. Morning, VG. Morning, Matt. Morning, Brother Perfect. How's it going, guys? Yeah, so I'll be live, during the morning. So I am looking at US 30 right now. Obviously, I have it open. when I do see the signal, I have my alerts turned on. So when I do see it, I'll probably call it for you guys. Obviously the parameters will be sent to the premium, but you guys will see the entry on here as well as I call it. This morning was kind of a slow, it looked like. So let me look at the Forex pair. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to put them in the YouTube chat, and then I can answer anything that you guys need help with. But I was looking at the Forex pairs, and there just wasn't really any entries. So if you look here for like basically all of the Aussie pairs, they were getting close to a zone. So that's why I didn't call any of these trades. Same with odd CHF right here. Let's see if the indicator's on. Yeah, same for odd CHF, because we do have a buy momentum right here. Obviously this candle closed right at the zone and it rejected off it. So that's why I didn't call any of these Aussie entries. We did have this right here that opened at 2 a.m. However, this was yesterday. So there's literally no entry this morning. But I'm looking around. Hey, good morning, Lucian. Good morning, Joshua. How's it going, guys? I was going to call this trade yesterday, actually. So this trade right here was because there was a sell signal that was pending here. However, it didn't close. So that's why I didn't call this trade. However, it would have been a nice trade if that candle would have closed. Let me keep going down. I'm just going to zoom through these real quick, guys, so you guys can see that, obviously there was no entries. And, I only take trades that I know for sure are going to win. Obviously, you guys saw our trades overnight. We had a whole bunch of TPs, guys. It was great. We haven't had something like this in a while because due to the elections, but I woke up to 3 full TPs. We had full TP for 45 pips on odd NZD right here. That was really nice. And then after that, we had the full TP for GBP USD for 55 pips right here, straight to full TP. And then we also had a full TP for the Euro odd that I sent on Sunday for 85 pips. So that's pretty good. We're 3-0 this week. It's only Tuesday. We've probably locked in, let's see, 85 plus 55. Nearly 200 pips within 2 days. No stop losses hit. Even our US 30 hit full TP. So we started this week off pretty great. But yeah, I'm still looking for trades here. I didn't see anything worth taking this morning off the 6 a.m. It's 6:48 right now. The 6 a.m. 4-hour candle close, which is why I didn't call anything. I do have these pending trades right here, like Euro CHF. If this is to swing back up, then this would classify as a valid entry. However, this candle right here was just huge. This candle from yesterday. So I'm worried that it's going to correct back down, because the thing is, we don't want to enter this trade right here because it probably has some, dropping to do because it's going to have to correct after this huge push right here. If you look back at, previous data, whenever there's a huge push like that, like check this out right here, same situation, huge push right here, bullish candle, it always corrects back down, back to where price is supposed to be right here in the middle. Same situation right here, price shot up, came right back down, price shot up, came right back down. And, you guys have to be smart with your trades. And, obviously you guys know how I trade. I only take trades that I know we're going to win. So that's why I haven't called this trade just yet. But I'm going to keep watching it, see if it's, if it plays out and it keeps pushing up, maybe we'll make a late entry. However, currently it just doesn't look like it's too safe to take right now. Same situation with GBP CHF. It looks like the CHF is weak this morning, or it's been weak this whole, since the beginning of the week because of the new COVID news. So we have a new COVID vaccine that's coming out soon. And the reason for that is it's causing all of the safe haven currencies to basically weaken. So the CHF is a safe haven currency, if you guys aren't aware. Same with the JPY. That's why you'll see Euro CHF pushing up, GBP CHF pushing up, GJ pushing up, because GJ is also paired with a safe haven currency, which is a JPY. I probably should have called this trade right here, but I just didn't want to be too risky, guys, because if you guys have been familiar with the COVID news, sometimes there'll be great COVID news, and then randomly it'll just be like, oh, it's false alarm. This news wasn't as great as we thought, and then it ends up going the opposite direction. And same situation here. This just shot up way too high. Like this shot up nearly, from the beginning of the week, it shot up nearly 350 pips. It's 333 pips here, but it pushed up even further, 355 pips right there. So generally when it pushes up that high, there's got to be some sort of correction. So that's why I was just hesitant on taking that trade right there, because you can see right here when the last time it pushed up that high from right here, it pushed up, you know, wow, 500 pips, and then again for another 350 pips right there, and it dropped right after. So, you know, the thing with me is I just want to be careful, because obviously the market is still a bit risky, you know, at this time. So these are some pending trades that I just have. I should call this trade right here. The reason I didn't call this trade, and look, if I called this trade on the 6 hour close, it would have hit full TP of 50 pips like within a few minutes. It's only been 51 minutes. Unfortunately, it was right next to the zone, so I was just too worried that it was going to, you know, reject right off it. Because you can see right here, this was the last time it pushed up into the similar zone, and it just rejected right off and came back down. The same situation right here, came up, rejected right back down, same situation right here. So 3 times it's tested it and rejected, and I just didn't want to get caught in this, you know, this little movement. Unfortunately, we would have hit full TP on GN, but it's all good. We're still up for the week. That's all that matters. And then here's another entry right here for NZD CAD. And I think that's it for now. So, you know, we'll go back and take a look at the pairs as we go. But meanwhile, we will keep looking at US 30, because I know that's what you guys want, right? That's exactly what I want too. I just started another FTMO 100K challenge. So this is going to be my 3rd account. So hopefully I pass this FTMO, and then I'll have a 300K account, guys. So that's what I'm waiting for right here. I want to take this trade. Let me make sure my MT4 is ready to go, so that here, let's see. So I want to make sure all my accounts are connected. Okay. All right, yeah, it looks like my accounts are good to go. Let me just make sure that everything is good on my end over here before we keep moving forward. Let's see, Elysian said, I'm going short on Euro odd TP at the end, at the zone. Okay, let me check out Euro odd real quick. Euro odd's actually dropping really nice. So let's see, Euro odd. Elysian said, I'm going short on Euro odd TP. So I personally wouldn't enter the trade just yet, Elysian, because what could happen here is it can retrace back a bit, because you can see right here how it dips, and then it retraces back and then rejects off this point, then dips, rejects back, dips, rejects back, rejects off this point, and then dips. So as it dips right here, what could happen for Euro odd is it can pull back exactly how it's did so many times over here before dropping. And the thing is, you don't want to enter a short where it's pulling back, because look how many pips this is. The thing with Euro odd is that it moves like probably 5 to about 5 times faster than normal pairs, because it's paired with an Aussie pair. So if you measure this from here, and if you enter a short, this is going to pull back nearly 100 pips. So I don't know how much drawdown you're looking to take, but I don't think it's a good time to enter a sell right now. The sell would have been right here when it broke this zone. So basically when price came up, it broke the zone. It was a sell signal provided for a sell entry. This would have been the short right here. Stop loss would be at the swing right here for about, what, 90 pips. And then that would have hit full TP right here. So that would have been the entry right there. But you would have to wait for it to break above the zone again, or wait for it to break below the zone down here. So there's 2 different points of entry. The first point of entry is if it breaks up here and then it closes back below like it did right here, or if it drops down to here and then, you know, it's a continuation downwards. So there's a couple of different scenarios that can happen here. What I see happening is I see retracing, because the thing is it's dropped down pretty far like it did right here. It's established a low and it's going to push up to the zone right here. So I personally wouldn't enter that just yet, because also if you look at the correlating pairs, you can see right here that all of the Aussie pairs are not exactly moving in the same direction. So you can see odd CAD is coming down, odd CHF is coming down, odd JPY is kind of just going sideways, odd NZD is going sideways, and odd USD is sort of coming down as well. So the thing is, there's 3 coming down and 2 going sideways. So if that's happening right there, it's not a clear indication that the Aussie is completely weak. It's only weak against certain pairs. So if you compare it to the GA over here, you know, oh no, not GA, EA, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to come down. Because if you look at EA right here, EA and GA usually correlate. So EA is coming up and GA is also coming up. So it doesn't really give you a clear indication that it's going to be coming down anytime soon. So I wouldn't enter that trade just yet. Let's see, Razik said I'm in a buy right now on EA, 90 pips up, nice. So there's a big institutional candle that needs to fill. Dang, Razik, are you in IML now, bro? Talking about those institutional candles. So yeah, I don't know. Razik said there's an institutional candle. I'm not really sure what he means by that because I don't I just hear a lot of IML people talk about that, so I'm not sure what he means by that. But I do see the rejection here. It was rejection off the zone, a strong rejection right here, and then it just continued the momentum up. So we had this buy signal. Oh no, he's on, yeah, EA actually. Sorry. Yeah. So damn, you're up 90 pips. Oh, so you got. How'd you get up 90 pips? I guess he's like rounding it up. So I guess I do see the rejection here, but I mean, it's the same thing that I've been like indicating right here. So basically it's been having a lot of dips and then it swings back up. So dip, swings up, dip, swings up, dip, swings up, and it literally just dips and does the same thing over and over again. So that's basically what's happening right here, where it dips, swings up, dips, and then it's swinging back up from right here as well. So he's on EA right here. Yeah, so it looks like it's up about 85. He probably got in a little earlier, like due to the spread. So he's probably up about 90 pips right there. And I'm just messing with you, Zeke. But I do see that that term loosely thrown around a lot. But I mean, you know, I don't know anything about it, so I can't really say anything about institutional candles. But I can see that. So let's see. Yeah, seeing right here, we do have a buy signal. So the momentum is shifting already. So this sell already was filled. You know, we already won this trade for 85 pips, which was sent out right here. So we already won that trade. The next thing right now is it's probably going to shift back upwards. So I probably wouldn't take a sell for Euro odd right now because there was no entry. Plus, if you just look at the correlating pair like GA over here, it they're both bullish. So that's why I see it coming up. Let's see, Razik said, look, 7 candles back. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This one right here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Razik says that this is an institutional candle with no wick. I don't know. I haven't really looked at that type of analysis of candlesticks. So I can't really. I mean, he says it's an institutional candle. So if you guys know what he's talking about, then he's indicating this was an institutional candle right here. 1, 2. Oh, this one right here. Gotcha. Okay, cool. Yeah. Well, yeah, this is the one that we took too. Okay, we got a US 30 signal right here. All right, still pending. So we got 9 minutes on that. I'll check in a little bit, guys. But yeah, Razik said that this was an institutional candle right here. I'm trying to figure out what makes an institutional candle because there's a bunch of them right here. There's like one right here. There's one right here. Or I mean, I don't know if these are institutional candles, but they look similar to this one right here. Let me see if I take off the K2 indicator. The only reason I would be looking at that candle is because, you know, obviously we have the K2 indicator right there indicating that it's a momentum swing by it's a big price move in that direction. But yeah, looking at these right here. So we have one big candle right here. We have another one right here. I'm just trying to figure out from my own analysis, like what makes that specific. Yeah, I don't know. So breaks the zone. I don't know. I'd have to do my own research on that because all these candles, like they pretty much look they look very similar. The only thing I can pull out of this is that it broke a K2SR zone and it was a strong bearish candle. So I could see that coming down. That's why we took the trade on our part. But Razik took a buy. So I was trying to figure out, why did he take a buy for? Or how did you identify this as the low before it closed out? Because I could see that. I mean, that's like these type of candles are the same type of candles that we use when we apply the K2SR strategy. So basically it breaks a zone. It's a strong bearish candle, and then we take the sell here. But Razik took the opposite end. So I'm just trying to figure out on my own why he took that buy. Yeah, looking at these other candles over here. So I guess this would be considered the similar one too. It's a no wick, strong bearish candle, breaks the zone. I guess could have taken a short position right here. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, sure. Isaac, if you could do that, that'd be cool. I'm just trying to understand, your analysis of it because I don't trade that way. So, it's always good for us to analyze things differently or see how they correlate with the K2 strategies. But I'm just looking for patterns in the market. There's a new US 30 strategy that I've been working on recently. It's pretty good, but I don't know if I'm going to release it to you guys. I might just be using it on my own with, you guys know, I talked about it last week, but like literally yesterday, I didn't even sleep that much. I literally was up all night doing a ton of back testing to figure out the variations for that strategy. But it does look pretty good. Yeah, it actually lines up with the K2 strategy. So if this closes bullish right here, it actually lines up with this entry. So I think this entry is going to be a good one. Let me see. I'm going to go in, load these right here real quick. Let me go to, all right, cool. I got those good to go. Yeah, guys, so this looks like it's about to close. So if it does close, it's going to be an entry right there. K2 US 30 strategy. I'm going to get it set up now because a lot of people don't catch it right away. Let's see, US 30. Nice stuff. So I'm going to prep this right now so that once this closes, it'll be a good entry. Spencer said, come on, I want in on that new US 30 strategy. Yeah, no, once I figure everything out, I'll probably let you guys know. But I mean, there's still a ton of testing. It was just literally, I was hitting so many TPs last night with my testing that I literally didn't want to go to sleep because I was like, man, this is so strong. Like this strategy is going to be like pairing it with the daily entry. It pretty much provides like 2 entries for us. So like literally we could lock in a ton of pips applying both strategies, and they're both super accurate. Sometimes they even line up to the same. So like the thing is, It's funny. I'm getting all these DMs now. Everyone wants the US 30 strategy. But you guys can kind of see it here. Like it's really simple. So like, check this out. When price breaks these structures, like right here, we have a sell signal. It breaks the structure. It literally goes down to the next one. Check that out. See, we probably exit right there for 2,000 pips. That's a huge move, guys. Same situation right here. You know, the K2 indicator, so with this, we're not going to reach all the way to the lowest. We're going to basically cut it off maybe 30 or 40 pips, like right there. And we get full TP right there. Same situation right here. We cut it off, 30, 40 pips right there. Another full TP right there. Again, right here, price breaks the structure. It's kind of similar to the K2SR strategy. Same thing right there. So like, check this out, guys. 3 back-to-back wins right there. It's like what, 2,000, nearly 4,000 pips in just 3 trades right here. And then this would be avoided right here because there's a couple different variations that I have added to this, which I'm not going to release right now. Because if I tell you guys all of the rules for this, you guys are going to try to apply the strategy yourself. And the thing is, you guys aren't even sure how the strategy works because I haven't given the details yet. This is a basic rundown of how it works. But there's going to be situations where we wouldn't take this trade like this one right here when it broke the zone. But I'm going to release that at some other time because I don't want you guys to try to use the strategy and then you guys do it improperly because you guys don't know how it works. Same situation right here. Or no, this would, yeah. See, it's like another win right there. And then this would have been avoided as well because it's like oversold. But there's a couple other things that I'm using as well. But you can see right here that these are a ton of wins. Again, right here, another one to the next structure. So these are literally like, geez, how many wins is this, guys? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's nearly 10,000 pips right there in one day. This is all on the 9th. So this is on the 9th at 6 a.m. all the way till midnight, London Open. So you guys can see how powerful this this strategy is. I'm personally using it myself. And I'll figure out if I want to release it to you guys. Maybe. We'll see. See if you guys deserve it. Maybe I'll give it to you guys by Christmas after I make all my money. All right, let me check this out. But yeah, you guys can see how simple it is. I always make all my strategies pretty simple so that you guys can get it. But yeah, I still have to do a ton of testing on that strategy. So once I'm done doing all the testing and I, work out all the kinks, then maybe I'll share it with you guys, maybe. But you guys can see how powerful it is, right here, just in one day. And then if I go back further, you guys are going to be freaking mind blown because it just literally always works. I mean, it doesn't always work. Obviously, there's going to be some losses, but the win rate's super high. The win rate's probably above 85%. So like, you're going to have like your wins are going to outweigh the losses. So like, even for me, I was like trying to determine whether I want to, either adjust my stop loss to, avoid getting stopped out or just to eat the losses. And what I figured out was that it's better to just eat the losses and take every single trade because it's so accurate. But okay, so let's see. It doesn't look like this, or let's see, it might close. We got 22 seconds. Let me open my MT4 in case I want to enter this trade. Nine seconds. Nope, it did not close, guys. So we're waiting for the next one right here. Waiting for this candle to close right here to give us that full confirmation. Let's look what the trend looks like. Nah, business paying, it doesn't work with every pair. This strategy only works with the US 30. And this is why I can't release a strategy too, because the thing is with a lot of people, I'll release one strategy for one asset like US 30, and then everyone wants to use it for every single pair. Like they use it for S&P, NASDAQ, and stuff like that. And the thing is, it does work with those pairs. However, it's not made for those pairs. So the thing is, I can't vouch for it working because I didn't even test it. But whenever I release a strategy that's, it has US 30 in the name, it's only meant for US 30. It's not meant for any other strategies. And same situation with people using US 30 during London. People do use it on their own, but I haven't tested it myself. So I can't tell you guys that, it's supposed to be used for London, because the thing is US 30 is a US asset. So if you want to trade London, then trade the DAX, because that's a German asset and it's open during London hours. And that's why you see a lot more volatility for that specific pair. But yeah, this specific strategy only works for US 30, because that's the only thing that I've done the testing on. All right, doesn't look like, we'll keep watching. We'll see if there's anything that comes up, but it doesn't really look like there's anything coming up for US 30. I'm gonna put my seat down, take a seat over here. Sorry, Kai. Woke up Kai real quick. All right, let's take a seat. All right, so it's still kind of early, guys, for the US 30. Yeah, I hate when you get these false signals, because it just creates uncertainty in the market, because it just shows that the market isn't really moving smoothly. Obviously when it's moving, like all day yesterday, we got no false signals. So like our daily entry was like pretty nice. It was spot on. I think it was this one right here. Oh no, it wasn't this one. It was this one right here. Vishal said, why Forex market is so crazy nowadays, Vishal, because last week was elections, and then this week, the elections the results were released this weekend, and then on Sunday there was a COVID release as well for the new vaccine. So that's what caused the spikes in the Forex pairs, because everything's kind of related to COVID, especially the safe haven currency. So like the JPY is a safe haven currency. So the reason why this spiked up yesterday was because COVID vaccines were released. And when they were released, traders, or, not even just traders, but people in general, move their money from safe haven currencies like the yen back to their own currency, like the Aussie. Same situation with basically every JPY pair. So look at JPY right here. It shot up because of the COVID news. People took their money away from the safe haven currencies and put them back into their own currency. And same with CHF. So if you look at the CHF right here, it's the same exact situation. There's a spike up here because of the COVID news, and then people put their money back into their own specific currency. So if you look at any CHF pair, JPY pair, all those spikes were caused due to the COVID vaccine news that was released yesterday. But there's, and it affects every pair basically, because COVID is such a widespread thing that when people start putting their money back into their own country, or not even their own country, but basically, a different thing that's not the safe haven currency where they were parking their money, it's going to spike up regardless. So if you look at any other pair, there's literally spikes up all around, like GU, EU, and like literally every pair had an effect due to the COVID news. Arik said, I need a new strategy bad. I know, Arik, I know you do. But yeah, I still have a ton of testing. That's probably what I'm going to do today. Like literally all day, I'm going to be testing the new strategy, because I need to figure out the variations. Because the thing with the strategies that are released, I always want them to have a very high win rate, because I don't like to lose. I'd rather have a high win rate than a low win rate, because you'll see some traders, they'll go through like 30 losses before they have like one home run win, and that home run win barely covers all of their losses, and then they end up not even being profitable at the end of the month. For me, I prefer to have, a bunch of small wins or a bunch of, okay wins, but still be heavily profitable by the end of the month. Because the thing is that still compounds every day, every week, every month, pretty much. So if you guys are familiar with all the K2 strategies, they all have a pretty high win rate. So I need to pretty much work through it and figure out how to avoid these little whipsaws right here, because obviously these are clear moves up, clear move down, and then there's a whipsaw right here. One thing that I've been using to avoid that is the RSI. So I use the RSI to determine when something is oversold. So or overbought. So right here, this right here, and I need to figure out what happened here. But with this one right here, see, I wouldn't have taken this sell right here to come down to this, this next area over here, because it was already oversold. So generally when it's oversold, it's about to swing back up. And the thing with the RSI, so a lot of people like to use RSI for Forex. It doesn't work for Forex because a currency is paired with another currency, and it can't be oversold, obviously, because literally this could go down forever if the Canadian dollar is stronger than the New Zealand dollar. The RSI works for things like stocks and futures because these assets are limited and they can actually be overbought and oversold. For currencies, they can't ever be they're not limited. Literally they'll just gain in strength or get weakened over time. So that's one thing with RSI. A lot of people like to use it for Forex, but it doesn't really work with Forex because these specific assets they don't get oversold and overbought. Same situation with the Bollinger Bands. A lot of people like to use stock indicators with Forex, but it's not the same type of asset. They move differently. But this is one thing that I've been using for US 30 just to combat these, these little fake outs, because basically when price gets, overbought or something, and then it breaks a structure, it usually swings in the other direction. Right here, it was overbought. Then we see how it was overbought right here on this candle. And then we got a sell signal right here. You could have rode this down right here for a profit. And this is what I mean with the K2 indicators. Literally, you can use the K2 indicators with any strategy that you guys have because they give you the entry points. So right here, you saw that it was overbought. You would have never known when to enter or sell, the exact point when to enter unless you had the K2 indicator. So right here, the momentum is swinging down from an oversold position. Obviously, it went straight down to the structure. And then it's literally the same thing over and over again. Right here, you can see that price was overbought, right? Because it was way over the RSI. So the RSI is way up here. It was still overbought right here. You got a sell signal. You could have taken the sell right here and made a ton of profit off that. So the thing with the K2 indicators is you don't have to use the specific, K2 strategies with the K2 indicators. You could literally use them with any other strategy that you're already applying. And that's what a lot of people in K2 do. All they do is they use the indicator to give them their entry points because it's super accurate when you're trying to detect momentum swings in the market. Let's see what's up, Peter. How's it going? Jonathan said German 30 is moving nicely still into New York session. Nice. I'll take a look at the DAX right now too. We're just looking at US 30. I'm trying to wait for this entry right here. I don't know if it's going to come anytime soon, but we will we'll see. Vishal said, bro, I'm a beginner Forex trader. You say me any best suggestion? Vishal, you can sign up for the free intro course on our website. So this would, I'm watching CNBC right now, guys. So this is what's going on right here. It's showing that a lot of stuff is being bullish right now. I mean, not necessarily overall, but the Dow is up 193 points, as you guys can see right here. So that's why I'm looking for a bullish move, because the Dow is just super bullish right now. So let's see, we got, oh, but yeah, Vishal, sorry. So if you go on our website to k2trades.com, super simple, just k2trades.com. You can sign up for the free intro course right here. If you want to learn the K2 strategies and you want to see how the K2 indicators work. But yeah, so I'm looking at US 30 right now. I'm just waiting for this buy signal to close so that we can ride this thing up. But still pending. So we got about 9 minutes left on this candle right here. So hopefully when it closes, we can take this this buy entry and then pretty much ride this thing upwards. See, we got a couple messages right here. Just got a message. Oops, wrong one. Let's see. Can you say, come on, US 30? Let's see what else we got here. Nice. Felix got 600 subscribers now in the stocks chat. Or the stocks alert. It's looking good. That's it for the messages right now. I'll respond to all these personal messages a little later. Oh man, look at US 30 dropping. Good thing we didn't try to enter this trade a little early when it first showed up. Actually, it would have been nice. It would have been nearly at full TP already. But it is dropping. So I'm looking at the CNBC right now. So it looks like, damn, look, NASDAQ is dropping like heavy right now. It's down like 157 points. So there's definitely a bit of some mixture in the market today. The S&P's down, NASDAQ's down. The Dow is still up a little bit, 220 points. Oil is up. Let's see. So I'll just play this out loud until
people asking for it, and it has to be worked out in a very careful, very fair manner. And also, the Republican and Democratic governors have to be involved in this process because this is for society. It's not, politics should not be entering this conversation.
Well, we can certainly hope that will be the case. Fred, thank you. Fred Hassan joining us.
Thank you very much.
Now let's get to our ETF spotlight. We're going to take a look.
All right, let's see what's going on with the ETFs.
Spider Fund, the ticker there is XLY. It is up over 20% since January. Of course, it's got names like Amazon, which continue to see increased demand during the pandemic. Amazon down a bit today, in part because it's being hit with antitrust charges from the EU over the use of merchant data on its platform.
Looks like a lot of stuff is coming down right now. Amazon's coming down.
Into Amazon's e-commerce practices. That includes the role of their Prime program that so many.
So yeah, if a lot of these big names are coming down, US 30 is probably going to come down with it because I'm not sure if Amazon's in. I'm pretty sure Amazon is. All right, we got a commercial right there. Come back to the charts. Damn, look at this drop, guys. So this is why I watch CNBC in the morning, because I like to see what's going on in the market. Because sometimes, we'll see these drops in the market, but we're like, why the hell did this drop? Obviously, we're just looking at the news right now on CNBC. It showed that, a lot of the stocks that are within the Dow are dropping right now. So maybe we are not going to have a buy. So let's keep watching it. We'll see if anything comes up soon. But I mean, we'll see what happens, because if anything, wow, that's crazy. The Dow just dropped like 50 points right now. Yeah, so it dropped about 1,000 pips. It's equivalent to like 50 points, I'm assuming, or something around there. Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see how it plays out. I'll keep watching CNBC to see if any, if it gives any hints. But just looking at the Dow right here, it was like at 220. Now it's down to 115. So yeah, the Dow, I mean, it's still in the positive. However, it's starting to drop because it was super heavy. The NASDAQ is dropping right now too. It's down 1.68%. That's actually a lot. Let's see. The Russell is up. VIX is down. Let's see. Still on commercial break right now, so I'm just waiting for them to come back, because I mean, we're not going to have any Forex entries until like 10 for like another 3 hours. So that's why I'm not really looking at the FX pairs right now. We're just focused on US 30 right now because we're all waiting for that that entry. So, you know, I might even call an entry for that the new strategy actually. Let's see, because if this entry right here was technically up still, $220. Let's see if this is still technically active, because I might just take this as a speculative trade and give it a shot on my personal account. Yeah, because technically this trade right here would have been active still, and then we would still be trying to reach full TP as it comes down further. So I might, I'm going to scalp this on my other account. Actually, it's too risky. I don't want to do that. Rick said, hey, Shawn, are you delayed because my clock says 9:25 to the next candle? Wait, 9:25. Mine's at like 2:54. I'm like real time. I'm not sure if I don't think this is delayed because it's usually when I watch it, it's pretty on. It's pretty active. I mean, it wouldn't really matter. All right, because you'd look at your, like, don't look at my candle here. Look at yours because you're obviously looking at your own, you know, your own real time. But I don't think it's delayed at all. It shouldn't be. Or if it is delayed, it's maybe your internet connection. I don't know if anyone else is having issues with my my stream. Is my stream delayed for anybody, or like is my voice kind of off, or my video? I think it should be fine. I think it just might be your internet connection, because if your internet connection is kind of slow, because we are on video, if your internet connection is a little slow, it's going to be delayed on your end. But I don't think it's delayed for anyone else because I haven't heard anyone mention it. Dang, this might be a heavy drop right here, guys. So if I see this drop below this, yeah, Spencer looks like he's fine, Rick. So it might be your internet connection. I'm not sure if you're on your phone. I know you're usually on your phone. So it might be your internet connection. I don't see CNBC back. Wow, CNBC, I mean, the Dow is dropping like crazy, guys. If you saw the Dow earlier, it was up like 250 points, and it's down to like under 100 points now. So shoot, we might be in for a sell. I might just enter a sell. Like there's really no strategy to it right now. I mean, there is technically, if we're applying the new strategy that I created. Shit, I might just enter a sell right here. All right. That was weird. Trying to enter a trade on my other account. All right, cool. So I entered a speculative sell entry on one of my FTMO accounts. You guys shouldn't take this trade. This is just This is for myself. It's just one that I'm just gonna let run, see what happens. Okay, cool. Nice. So I did take the sell. Stop loss is going to be at 29357. I mean, shoot, we'll see how this plays out. Might be a home run right here. No, I'm not scalping yet. I'm using a different strategy that I just created yesterday. Really, like yesterday, I was just looking for Yesterday, I was looking for patterns. I was literally just going through US 30, and then I started drawing these lines, and I started to see these patterns right here. Like basically, you know, we had a buy signal. It broke the structure. It literally goes to the next area, breaks structure again, goes to the next area, sell signal right here. So it's pretty much a little variation of the K2SR zone strategy, but there's a few other things that are added to it for the extra confirmation, but they literally always hit. So, I mean, we'll see. I just entered this on one of my FTMO accounts. I have two if you guys aren't aware, but I'm saving the other one for the daily US 30 entry. My dog's right here. He's all like lazy. Come on, Kai. You want to come up? Come here, buddy. Oh, man. Come on, Kai. This dude's lazy. It's cold out here. Okay, let's see. So it's coming down. It's actually looking good. I mean, I'm taking this meanwhile until we get that buy signal. So I'll probably take this down, and then once we get the buy signal, I could switch over to the buy. But it is looking good so far. And the reason for this is that this is basically like a late entry from this one right here, because this technically would still be running. And the reason for that is because the Dow is dropping. So if you guys are following this right here on CNBC, it literally is, well, Amazon is dropping like crazy right now. So that's one of the main things that made me want to take it. But the overall, so the S&P is dropping, it's in the negative. The NASDAQ is in the negative. The Dow is still in the positive, but it's dropping like pretty heavily. Miyank said, hello, Shawn. I've spotted some similarity between US 30 and German 30. They move. Yeah, they do. They're pretty much very similar. I don't know if they carry the same stocks. It's just the German index, but I think they carry very similar stocks. So they do move in the same direction. But there's obviously more volatility with the DAX because that market is open during London versus US 30, which is, obviously a US asset where it moves mostly during the US session. And that's why I generally recommend it for London session. Yeah, look, S&P is dropping down. The Dow is dropping like heavy, guys, because that Dow was up like 220 points, and it's down to only 84 points now. It might be dropping even further. So I don't know if any of you guys are in a sell for US 30. I'm in a sell right now on one of my FTMO accounts. I just took a speculative trade. I took a short position, and I'm just gonna let it run basically. To like maybe somewhere down here or something. I don't have any expectations for this. If this doesn't hit TP, then it's completely fine because I'm just, like I said, it's a speculative trade. It's not something where I'm really expecting anything out of it. It's more so just me taking a trade off my gut due to the current movement in price. Because obviously if the S&P is in the negative, the NASDAQ's in the negative, I expect the Dow to come down as well. Look at the NASDAQ. Damn, it's down 224 points. That's crazy. The Dow is below 80 points, and it just hovers around this area. And the S&P is also in the negative right now as well. So I do see it possibly dropping down even further. Oh, look at this. It's dropped down to 60 points, guys. This thing is tanking. So yeah, we'll just keep watching CNBC meanwhile until we get another signal. But I mean, we'll see how this plays out.
Well, this was a historic election, and
You want to come up?
I think it really excited to see the turnout that we had in this country. The fact that we had, close to 140 million people make their voice known in this election was.
Yeah, the Dow just keeps bouncing around. It's bouncing down. Look at NASDAQ. It's negative 232 points. That's crazy, dude. Like, looks like everything is pretty much dumping right now. The Dow is still dropping as well. So I'm happy with my little speculative trade.
I think for us now, the thing that we are looking for.
We'll continue to see how it plays out.
We talk about we get better together, and our hope and expectation is that as we've now moved from the election, that we can turn our sights toward working together.
Oh shit, my bad.
If we can come
See
together
how they closed it.
and certainly the election and the degree of enthusiasm for that makes me optimistic that we do have that opportunity.
Look at this drop, guys. Let me see how much profit I'm in right now. I'm in profit. Not bad. I'm in profit 450 right now, which is not 500, 560. It's dropping heavy right now.
I certainly think there were things that the Trump administration.
I'm profit about 600, 700. It's not bad for a few minutes. So if you guys.
Our beliefs, my expectation around things like, for example, joint employer, that those will not change.
I don't know if you guys can see that on the stream.
I think those are important for small business.
550, 600.
So I don't think that will change. On other topics like the minimum wage, we've been pretty clear for a while now that we are not.
It's in profit like 700 now, guys.
Minimum wage. We work in 120 markets.
Live trade that we took, or that I took.
All over the place, everywhere from over $20 to less than.
Rick sits. We might take the buy, possibly. All right. So if price dips below. So this is what might happen. All right. So basically, well, look at this drop, guys. Crazy. So this might drop to this little zoned area right here, and then it might reject off it, and then we might get that buy, and then we could ride it back up as it corrects back up, because you can see right here it comes down and then it bounces back up. Yeah, it's looking good right now. Let me check my profits real quick. Man, I should have taken this on both my accounts.
As for the shares, David, we talk about McDonald's as sort of a macro indicator. It's pretty much tracked the S&P.
Look at profit, guys. I'm up nearly 1,000 now.
Points apart, 9% for the S&P, 7.5% for McDonald's. So it really is a good way to get a sense of where macro trends, economic trends, labor trends are going into this country.
Yeah, and a lot of other things, as you pointed out, including ESG, which he mentioned kindly that we've been following closely, Carl. And I do think it's interesting to see it reflected in so many of these.
Yeah, nearly up to 1,000 now, guys.
Becoming more and more of a priority.
There we go. Hit 1,000.
Yeah. And Kayla, I mean, in terms of
it's still dropping. Let's go. All right, cool. I'm in the 1,000 range. I don't know if I should close it out. What you guys think? Just let it run. And that was just I was using the new K2 strategy that I just showed you guys. Basically, this right here, we had a sell signal, close below, and then there it is, and still in profit. I just entered it late over here, obviously, but yeah, it's looking good.
Yeah, and interesting to hear Kemchinsky talk.
So you guys can see I took this trade live, and it's now pretty heavy in profit. I'm just looking at my phone, guys, because it's like trying to see what's going on. And this is like this is basically another tool that that I use when I take trades. The tool is like following news. A lot of people don't know how to follow news. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know how to follow it either. But if I see things dropping, it's gonna hint that it's dropping. Like, check this out, guys. Look at Dow right here. It's now in the negative. The Dow was in the positive, like nearly 300 this morning, and then now it's negative 10. So this yeah, this thing is dropping heavy. Yeah, Spencer said move my stop loss. I probably should. So I think
does hang on the composition of the Senate, but what do we know outside of that?
Well, first of all of that is correct, Taylor. Good morning. President-elect Joe Biden inherits an economy to start with that's recovering from the pandemic.
Man, I want to close this out in profit, but I also want to just hang on to it.
But it's still in a deep hole, has a long way to go, and faces serious challenges from the resurgent.
I closed out of it.
More lockdowns to keep the virus under control. That'll have an economic effect along with.
I don't know what happened to. I entered a sell earlier and it closed automatically, but I did close this trade for a decent profit. I'm probably gonna scalp back into it soon. See where the pivots are. Yeah. So if this retraces back up to the pivots, which is probably going to happen, then I'll probably enter another sell. But yeah, I close out profit, guys. You guys saw me do that live. I did give away some profits though, unfortunately. So you guys can see right here, it's like about 700 in profit. It's all freaking blurry. But yeah, I mean, it was in profit about, it was like about 1,000. I gave away maybe 300 bucks. Unfortunately, I should have just exited. It's all good. I'm now going to make a re-entry once I see that it's, once that I see it drop again. Less fiscal relief that could put pressure on the Fed to do more or do what it's doing now for longer. Though there are questions about what happens to several Fed key emergency programs that expire after December. One final thing, it's a good bet the Biden administration will benefit from easy Fed policy for at least the first couple of years. Let's see. Yeah, it's still dropping pretty heavy. I'm gonna keep watching CNBC to see what's good. And I'm mad. I should have taken this on my real account. I mean, on my main FTMO, because I have two, and then I have another one that's in challenge right now. See what it's looking like on the Dow. And the Dow's on a crack. Look at this, guys. It went from like 300 points to -10 to now 16. But the Nasdaq is still dropping pretty heavy. Actually, let's take a look at those indices right now, because it looks like everything is pretty down. Yeah, Nasdaq is down pretty heavy too. Let's see. Yeah, the Nasdaq is dropping pretty heavy. S&P is dropping pretty heavy. Damn, it's still dropping too. Same with US 30. I might re-enter another sell. Buy this thing down to this down here. Yeah, look at that drop.
You've been friends for so years. I'm not.
No, I'm not going to do it.
Cooking today. You're going to be color cooking. So how do we do it? Let's just follow the directions. Not only do they give you the ingredients, tell you how to make it, but they portion everything out. It's taking out all the stress. Dude, this move, it kind of looks like, you're just, it's on the right path. You're like, we make it. It's really good. Every night, cooking. That's a new you.
I'm going to go on the 1 hour time frame.
For $90 off, including free shipping during our Black Friday sale.
I'm just scalping right now, guys.
Force Executive Council Summit, November 12th. Critical insights for leading HR executives, redefining how we work in the midst of uncertainty. Lessons learned from top leaders, overseeing a changing and evolving workforce. Fresh strategies for leading amid crisis, moving your business and your people forward. To attend this virtual event on November 12th, apply for membership now at cnbccouncils.com/WBC.
So basically I'm scalping in my head, guys. Like, you guys probably don't know what I'm doing. I'm just looking at the candles, and I'm looking at the chart, and I'm manually entering and exiting trades on my phone right here. Yeah, Yeah, I'm just waiting for another entry. I'm trying to pass an FTMO for someone right now because they are like down like they're down like 7,000, and then they need to make another 10,000 to make their to pass. So I'm doing like some crazy scalping on their account right now, trying to pass for them, but we'll see. They have 1 day or less than a day for them to pass. I don't think we're gonna be able to make it. It's a big move. It was like 17,000 in a day. It's gonna be a really big push. All right, so this thing is starting to retrace up.
Transparency and agility are going to be absolute paramount skills.
From strategy to execution, helping companies.
Let's see.
And beyond.
Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. I'm Dominic Chu. Stocks have drifted lower at the session lows right now.
Having to see NBC. Come on, why did it freeze up on me? Just trying to follow the news.
You can see
There we go.
me this morning here with the S&P weighed down by the two biggest sectors out there, technology, communication services among them. But one of the relative bright spots is the industrial sector, 1% gain so far. And within that group, we see that many of the aerospace and defense-related stocks are extending their gains from yesterday. You've got names like Howmet, which is the company formerly known as Arconic.
There you go.
We've also got Boeing, already up more than 20% so far this week. Both of those stocks getting price targets boosted at JP Morgan Chase. Of course, aerospace names in general still down for the year as the industry really grapples with the pandemic's impact on demand, but keep an eye on those defense and aerospace stocks. Now, I will send it back over to you guys, David Faber. You're on Squawk on the Street.
Thank you, Dom. As we head to break, take a look at shares of Air Lease. Stock is lower today. It's down more than 25% year to date, of course, as consumers continue to avoid travel during the pandemic. The CEO of that company will join us right
Come on,
after
man.
to discuss the quarter
Let's draw further.
and his outlook for the sector. Stay
Just
with us.
keeps bouncing around.
Real-time exchange Sector Sort is sponsored by Sector Spider ETFs.
Come on.
Some trends are so influential they can move entire sectors of the market.
Damn, this thing's literally bouncing around like crazy.
Population can impact the performance of all healthcare companies, but selecting precisely which companies will benefit can be challenging. The Healthcare Sector Spider ETF offers the diversification of the entire healthcare sector while reducing single stock
Let's
risk.
see.
The Healthcare Sector Spider, the next chapter in investing. Before investing, consider the fund's investment objectives, risk, charges, and expenses. Go to sectorspiders.com for prospectus information. Read it.
I closed out. All right, guys, made another couple thousand. So I'm up 1,600 today. If you guys are looking at my screen, I just scalped through those drops right there. You can see that it's up 1,600 right now. I made one profit for like 800. Another profit for 150, another profit for like another 800. So, I mean, it's kind of hard to see, guys, but you can see the blue right there with 3 numbers. So it's like, you know, obviously 800, 800, and then another 150 right there. So I just scalped that right now. You guys saw me do that live. Yeah, I'm trying to pass this FTMO for one of the K² members right now. But I don't think I'm going to be able to. I mean, we'll see. Never say never. Well, I did make like 15K that one day, so I could probably get pretty close. I don't know if I can hit 17K unless I'm like glued to the screen, which, I mean, I could do it if I really wanted to. Lot sizes are heavy, Ed. They're way too heavy. Took 50 lot size for those scalps. So literally like every couple pip moves was like $100. But like I mentioned, you know, I know what I'm doing, so that's why I did it. I'm not like just taking these trades randomly, just due to luck. Yeah, let's see. Man, I still have this thing pending right here. Let's see.
Supports workers everywhere who find themselves not working from home. Call or click to get $100 off the amazing.
Man, I'm still waiting for that the normal entry. Let's see.
This deal is good for
You know, honestly, if this pushes up further, we might get a buy signal. And if we get that buy signal, then it'll probably be our entry. I can see it swinging back up. Looks like people are buying the dip right now. So the Dow's back up. It was like negative 40. Now it's back to positive 40. Whoops, my bad.
For the next 6 months. Having said that, the domestic recovery in many areas is looking strong, from China to Russia, even recently in Brazil, Mexico. In the United States, a couple of CEOs told us in the past week that the Christmas bookings, again for domestic travel, the holiday season travel seems to be up. But certainly over the next couple of quarters, despite the great news on the vaccine yesterday, which I think has bolstered a lot of confidence on the airline side and hopefully the consumer side.
Establish a low, pushed up, establish a low, pushed up.
You know, typically for airlines in the northern hemisphere,
yeah, if we get a strong bullish candle somewhere here, you'll probably see it push back up. But we will we'll see how that plays out.
John, you posted third quarter earnings of $1.02 per share, down almost 24%.
Okay, cool.
But when you look at your order book and your customers, nearly all of your customers have asked for some form of a rent deferral or a rent payment being put off. When does that bottom out? When do you have your customers, in your opinion, saying, okay, we're ready to make our payments? Does that happen 6 months from now, a year from now? When do you see that happen?
Let's see. Man, I wish the ticker for US 30 would just stay on. So we could, I mean, that's all we're really looking at.
59% that have asked for deferral. And in fact, in the deferrals that we've granted today, about 30% have now been repaid. So
yeah, it's actually pretty confusing with how it's moving, because it's literally moving back and forth. But we will see the new resolution off.
We're going to be hearing from the FAA likely in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it keeps pushing up. So this is like, you know, a temporary little trend up right here. It's probably going to reject off it or break below it. But I mean, we'll have to wait and see what happens here.
It's a challenging environment, and my customers, they're not clamoring for this plane yet.
Yeah. Well, actually, we are ready to take the MAXs. We do have great confidence that the airplane has gone through very rigorous analysis and scrutiny. So we're ready to move forward, and so are many of our customers.
So if you guys are familiar with the other US 30 strategy that I take,
first delivery of a MAX to our customer, probably
oh, sorry, I'll go over that in a little bit. Let's see. Velocity said, what makes you decide whether to take a US 30 trade in the day or not? News or just purely signals? Well, Velocity, we use the strategy. I'm sure you're familiar with it, right? Because you've been here for a while. We use the same strategy every day for US 30. Or maybe just be more specific with your question, because I'm not sure what you're talking about. I don't know if you're talking about scalping, if you're talking about the daily US 30 entry, if you're talking about, because we usually only take one entry, which is the same exact strategy every single day. So I'm not sure if you're referring to that or if you're referring to something else. Maybe if you could be more specific with your question, I can answer it better. I just want to make sure you know, we're on the same page, because I don't know if you're asking about something else. Let's see, the Dow is down. Oh yeah, so Velocity said, yeah, the daily strategy on your back testing. I see some days you have no trades, so I'm assuming there's a reason. Well, the thing with the strategy is if there's no entry within that session, that strategy is based on that session. So if there's no signal during that session, then there's no entry. So like yesterday, 6:30 was right here. We had a buy signal, so that's why we took that entry right there. And then normally it's at 1,500 pips right there. So that's why we took that entry. This was on what, Friday over here? So on Friday, oh no, this was Sunday. Okay, so this was Friday right here. This was 6:30 right here. And then we had the entry right here. So whoever took the entry, that was the entry right there. And that hit full TP too. So I'm not sure. Let's see. 9:30. So news does affect the market. Like if it's FOMC, that's dealing with the U.S. Treasury. So the U.S. Treasury is directly affecting the stock market. So if there's FOMC news, we're not going to trade during that time, obviously, because that'll affect the market one way or another. But I think that's about it. The only time we don't take a trade is if there's news at the time of the signal, because obviously that's going to be, affected. Like right here, if you were to take this, a buy signal and the spike up, this was due to the COVID news. COVID directly affects the U.S. market as well. There's certain news events that affect the market directly, like specifically U.S. news and COVID news, because obviously if COVID is getting cured, the market could get better, because then businesses can reopen and money will be flowing. So there's a couple different factors that we incorporate into whether we're going to take an entry or not. It's mostly based on news, but sometimes it can also be based on how the market's moving. Like obviously if we see a huge spike like this, we're not going to take another buy, because it has to come fill back down like it did right here. Like price came up and then price came down. But this was based on news because of the COVID news that morning. So I guess that falls into the news category. Another thing is if the signal, like if it appears late, so I'm going to try to find an example where it appears late. This was during election time, so it's not, we're probably not going to find anything good during this time, because we did have some decent signals that actually hit. Like even here on the 5th, we had an entry right here, and this would have came over here. But I'm just going to cut to the chase. Basically, if the signal comes late, like at noon, then we're not going to take the signal anymore, because the market's closing within like 1 or 2 hours. It's not enough time for you to hit your full TP before, the market closes. Because the thing is, you don't want to hold this trade into the swap, because the swap gets all messy. And then generally when price moves from session to session, from New York session to Asia session, it usually reverses in the opposite direction. So you don't want to get caught in any of that. So those are the two main things that we put into consideration when we decide to take the daily entry or not. It's whether there is news, like news that directly affects the US market, or if the signal comes too late, because the strategy is based on the New York session. So if we move into the Asia session, it doesn't fulfill the strategy anymore, because it's not part of the same session. Let me keep going up right here. So Rick said, so you wait until it swings up and flickers and you sell. Rick, I don't think you should be experimenting. That's not how the strategy works. And I think, we had this talk already, Rick. You should just stick to what you're doing. Don't experiment with anything, because you keep trying to learn some new stuff. But if you keep trying to learn stuff and you haven't mastered, you haven't even understand the basics of it, you're not going to do well with your FTMO account, because you're just going to be taking on too much risk and you're going to make mistakes. So like we talked about before, Ark, I don't think you should scalp at all, because all of your scalp trades from before, they were all made by luck. Like you didn't know what you were doing. You were messaging me and asking me, what you should do. You should only scalp if you know what you're doing. So I don't recommend you scalp or try to do what I'm doing, because, I actually know what I'm doing. I'm not just taking these trades, based off a hunch. I'm actually looking for certain things in the news. I'm looking for certain, structure breaks, and obviously the signal to indicate which direction to trade. Obviously I was taking sells here because the previous signal right here was a sell signal, right? So I have a sell bias because momentum is coming down. Vice versa, if I was taking a buy entries over here, it was because there was a buy signal right here. But Ark, I think you should, don't get too ahead of yourself, because I know that you're trying to pass your FTMO, and you're not going to pass it if you keep trying to experiment with things that you don't understand. So just stick to the daily US 30 strategy. Once you get that down, make sure you get it down to a T and you don't have to ask me for questions anymore. And then once you have that 100%, then you can move on to something else. Because the thing is, if you try to learn too many things at once, you're just going to fail at everything. And that goes out to everyone else too, because that's why I don't release these strategies right away, these new strategies that I'm creating, because the thing is, a lot of people don't even get the basics, and the basics are super simple. Like for the daily strategy, there's literally there's no guesswork. Literally, you look after 6:30, like right here. So 6:30 would be right here. And I don't understand why people always get confused with, they always think that the 6:30 candle like fulfills a requirement when the first requirement is the first signal after 6:30. So a lot of people keep asking me if this is going to be a valid signal. Obviously, if you just follow the requirements as they're told, this wouldn't be a valid signal. So, if you guys are trying to look for new strategies, make sure you actually understand the basics first, because everything is based off the basics. They're like foundations to applying the K2 strategy. So if you don't understand the very bare basics of the strategies, then don't move on to something else yet. And if you go on the website, let me see if I could pull up the course, because everything is supposed to be learned in chronological order. A lot of people like to skip through things. But if you follow things in order, you would actually understand how everything works, because a lot of people have mixed questions, but literally everything is in order. The trading view tools, a lot of people still ask me about trading view tools. And the thing is, I don't mind helping you guys, but you guys have to struggle and actually learn yourself. I can't just, spoon feed you guys everything, because you'll never learn anything that way. So everything here is in order. If you like at least go through all these videos in order, and they're not that long. They're like 3 minutes. Like, what's 3 minutes of your time for you to learn this, this skill? Literally, you just watch these videos in order. And then once you get through the videos, make sure that you actually understand them. You're not just watching them and, it goes in one ear, out the other, because that's what seems to be the issue with a lot of people. A lot of people watch the videos, like the intraday strategy. This strategy is extremely easy. Literally, you just match two things and that's it. But people still get confused because they'll jump from this strategy and then they'll jump down here to scalping, and they'll jump down to, the pivot strategy, and they don't get it because they just keep jumping from strategy to strategy. Just make sure if you're learning the K2 strategies that you guys are actually taking your time to learn it. Because, what's the point of having this if you're not going to learn it? And you guys, like how I tell everyone, being a professional signal copier, because I know my signals are good, obviously, but being a professional signal copier can only get you so far. There's going to be times where you'll take a trade and you're not going to know what to do after that. And, obviously it would be better if you would actually know what you were doing versus just, taking my directions as they're given. But yeah, Ark, going back to your question, I think you should just stick to the basics first. See, Ark said, but with that much selling pressure, is it safe to take a buy against the pressure? So see that there's another thing right there that that kind of contradicts, your analysis from before. If your analysis from before is proper, then anything else following that shouldn't really matter. But the thing is, you're kind of conflicted. You're thinking one way, but then you're also thinking the other way. And you shouldn't be thinking that way with trading. If you're going to trade one way, trade that one direction. Don't be like, oh, I'm going to take a sell, then I'm going to take a buy. Because if you do that, you're going to take losses on both sides of the trade. And that's just how trading is. Trading is a psychological game where a lot of people just get confused because you guys get scared. You guys don't know what to do. But, with practice, that's how you pretty much learn how to do this more properly. Let's see. All right, cool. I'll just respond to the chat later, unless if someone wants to respond for me. I just don't have time to be responding to the chat right now. Let me see. Yeah, Rick, no problem. Yeah, we've had this talk before, Rick, and I want what's best for you. And what's best for you is to just stick to what works. Don't fix what's not broken. Because obviously the daily strategy works. I think what you need to work on is your patience, because I feel like you get very impatient and you want to take trades when you're not supposed to be taking trades. And I think that's why, you know, you start losing trades, because you just start to force these trades when there's nothing to take on the chart. And don't feel discouraged that you do that, because the thing is, everyone does that. It's not just you, especially if you're, you know, if you're sort of new to trading, or you just haven't gotten things down. The thing with a lot of people is like, it's trading is really a game of patience. It's like a game of fishing. Like for us, we wait for the specific signal to take a trade, and then we pretty much just write it to full TP. You know, the requirements are very simple. It's like after 6:30, it's a waiting game. You literally just wait for the signal, and then you take the buy as it appears. A lot of people want to just force trade. So like, say if you were just watching this, you know, and if we replay this right here, and then you just see this dropping, you know, and then you're like, man, this looks like a good sell, right? So what do? You enter a sell right here for no apparent reason. You just enter a sell because you think it's coming down, right? And then if you enter that sell, it reverses on you, and then it goes the opposite way. Well, obviously this continues down because it was filling this gap right here. But in other instances, or actually for this trade right here, it probably would have been closer, because, you know, your stop loss wouldn't be 3,000 pips. Your stop loss would probably be about like maybe 1,000 pips if you're just scalping or taking random trades. So this is just an example, as if you were to take, you know, a random trade. If you took a random trade like this, you would have gone stopped out, obviously, because you weren't being patient and waiting for the signal. But yeah, the signal is the key. Literally, the signal is the key. That's why for here, 6:30 is, you know, the start time, and we're waiting for the signal right here. We're just being patient, and then, you know, taking the opportunity once it appears, versus just taking random trades. Okay, let me keep going down the list. Let's see. Emmanuel said, is NASDAQ 100 still dropping? So let me go to NASDAQ. It looks like it's pulling back up right now. So this is what I was mentioning earlier. I was saying that people are starting to buy the dip because it's dipping so low that people are looking to buy. So like, this is like a critical price point right here, 500. So like right here, price was getting to this point. I think right here, being realistic, if we get a buy signal right here, then we could probably see this shoot on up. But we'll see how that plays out. I don't know if that's actually going to play out, but if it does, it could be good. Yeah, because I mean, obviously, you know, these stocks can only drop so far until they, like, you know, release the circuit breakers and they just stop it from dropping, and they just freeze the market. But there's always going to be people looking to buy at a discount, you know? So that's basically what you guys have to kind of look for in some instances. Like right here, I wouldn't have bought right here because price broke the structure. Right here, price hasn't broken the structure yet. It's getting close to it, but it's rejecting from right here. Obviously, it's, sorry. So it's rejecting from this point. And then if we get this buy signal, it's probably going to shoot up to this next structure right here. So that's what we could probably see with the NASDAQ. It's kind of similar to what happened right here. See if I could. Yeah, no, this is exactly what happened right here. You can see how this played out. And this is exactly what I see happening right here as well. So price rejected off there. Same situation right here. Price rejected off the structure. You know, buy signal. Push up to the next structure right there. So you could have taken a buy entry right here for a long off the signal. Right there for a little scalp. Not even a scalp, it's like 800 pips. So you could have taken that right there. Another rejection off this point right here. And then a sell signal. So you could have taken it both ways right there. And it would have hit TP in both directions. But yeah, I mean, we'll have to see what happens here. That signal did close, so this is probably going to shoot up from there for the NASDAQ. But I mean, we'll have to wait and see how that plays out. Sorry, Miyank, I saw your question. I'm gonna go back and look at it right now. I was just going down the list. Emmanuel's question was before yours, so that's why I went to his first, but I'm going to get to yours right after. Give me 1 second. Looks like we got a buy signal for US 30. Let me just set this up real quick in case we want to take that buy. Same situation here with US 30. Looks like people are buying the dip. Because people are trying to get in at a discount. And what we're doing is once we get that buy signal, we're just going to ride that wave up. We're not predicting where price is going to go. We're just going to ride the wave, take our profit, hop out. But okay, so let me keep going down the questions right here. Miyank said, what happens if you get 2 signals consecutively on New York Open according to the daily strategy? Miyank, I'm kind of confused with your question. What happens if you get 2 signals? I don't think you can get 2 signals because the signals only go in one direction. So here's the open right here, right? And then we have 1 signal. This would be the entry. I'm trying to figure out what do you mean by consecutive signals, because even right here, if we have a, this is 6:30, if we get a buy signal, this is going to be the valid signal right there. I'm not sure what you mean by, unless you mean consecutive where it's a buy and then a sell and then another buy. That wouldn't be it, because this would already be an Asia session. See, it's 1500 hours. The session is not that long. The US session is only about, let's see, it's only like 5 hours, I believe, right? Yeah, it's a little over 5 hours. It's maybe like 6. It's like, it's about 6 hours. The session's not long enough for us to get 2 consecutive signals, because the signals don't come like right after each other, So like even right here, if we got a buy signal, it's already 8 o'clock. The market closes in, let's see, in 5 hours. So the thing is, we wouldn't have an entry there. Here, let me see. He responded. Miyank said, so let's say first you get a buy, the next you get a sell. I mean, that wouldn't be an entry because the first signal would be the only valid entry. It doesn't necessarily give you an entry because that's just, I mean, you can get signals in both ways, but the signals aren't always going to be valid momentum signals. It could just be a pullback signal. So like right here. So like right here, price comes down. See, but in case you get next to each other, the first signal would be the valid one. There's no, there wouldn't be 2 signals. There's only 1 signal, because the thing is, what we're doing is we're waiting for, so say right here, the market opens, right? What we're doing is we're catching the momentum swing. So if we get a buy signal here, obviously we take that momentum swing to TP. And then once we get to right here, the market's already closed. So this is already Asia session. This isn't part of the US session anymore. Same situation with right here. Right here, if we take this buy signal, we're just writing it to TP. And then after that, right here is going to be Asia session. So the sessions aren't long enough for you to get 2 signals. By the time you get a second signal, that's going to be Asia session. So if you want to take the Asia entry, you could do that too, but it's not recommended because this strategy is based on the US 30, which is a US asset. If you want to do that, you can trade the Aussie 200 because, obviously when the market reopens, it's the Australian session. Or if you want to trade during the Asia session, strictly, you could trade the Japanese Nikkei. Each indice has its own time zone. So that's why I always recommend, if you're going to trade, during London session, you should probably trade a London asset like the DAX or the UK 100, because those markets are open. The US 30 market isn't open. I mean, technically it's open in the Forex market, but the actual New York Stock Exchange is not open during London session. Okay, Velocity said, I think he's referring to 2 signals directly next to each other. I mean, that rarely ever happens. Like there's always a gap in between, but even if that was the case, so like right here is 6:30, we still would have taken this one because it's after 6:30, but it rarely happens where they're directly next to each other. There's always going to be a gap in between. And generally those gaps are going to be during Asia session because the market isn't volatile. So it's just going back and forth. But during New York session, you know, you don't really see it where, so 6:30 is like right here. You know, you get a buy signal and then the momentum pushes in that direction because that's during the entire session. But we rarely get it where it's back to back. I don't know if you've, you know, encountered it before, Mayank. So if you have, like, maybe send us a screenshot or send me a timestamp where I can go look at it. But I don't think it ever happened. So I'm looking here, I'm just literally just pulling back. And I don't really see where that ever really happens. I could be wrong, I don't know, because maybe you've seen something that I haven't seen, but I'm pulling back right now. I don't see anything where they're directly, you know, where it's like a buy signal and then a sell signal right after it. So this would have been like what you're talking about here, but in this situation, this is an invalid signal. Generally, they're not going to appear next to each other where they're valid signals. Like right here, this is maybe one apart, but they're invalid. This is an invalid signal, so you wouldn't count this one, and this would be the actual signal. But yeah, I mean, hopefully that clears up the confusion. I mean, if you want me to go deeper in into it, maybe send me a chart of like what you're specifically looking at so that I can analyze it for you and explain it more in detail. Yeah, Vlas, yeah, I saw it. So I marked this up right here. I'm just waiting for it right now. We got that signal a few minutes ago on the candle open at 10 minutes. So I'm currently waiting for it. Hopefully it does close and then we can take that trade. Let's see, I have my FTMO account ready. Let's see. Deshawn said, when you take the entry, Deshawn, is that a question or are you just asking for the entry? Trying to see what you mean by that. I don't see a question mark, so I'm not sure if you're asking me a question or if you're just mentioning it. But we are waiting for the entry right here. We're waiting for this candle to close with the signal in order for us to take a buy, but it hasn't closed yet. Yeah, Deshawn, are you asking? Yeah, exactly. So basically, we're yeah. So Deshawn, if you're familiar with the K2 strategy, basically what we do is we wait for the market to open for the New York Stock Exchange, which is 6:30 a.m. Then we take the first signal. So right here was yesterday's entry. It was 6:30 a.m. right here. The first signal was right here. We took that buy, and then we hit full TP right there for 1,500 pips. So that's how the strategy works. Same situation right here. We're waiting for the buy signal. So once we get that buy signal, then there'll be an entry, but we haven't gotten the signal yet. And then same situation right here. So this is the entry from, what was it, from Friday? So I'll show you another example. So same entry on Friday over here. This is 6:30 a.m. The first signal after right here was a buy. So you enter a long position right there. Our stop loss TP is at 1,500 pips. Obviously right there hits full TP. So we hit full TP, 1, 2, and then hopefully another one right here once we get that signal. But the signal hasn't closed yet, so there's no entry currently. Yeah, you'd have to wait for the signal. I mean, you don't wait for it to, you'd have to wait for the actual K2 signal to close. You're not just waiting for the 10-minute candle to close. There'd have to be an actual signal indicating for you that, you know, it's time to enter that trade, because these signals are momentum signals. So they basically indicate the direction of momentum. So we get a buy signal, momentum swings up. We get a sell signal, momentum swings down. Retracement right here, sell signal comes back down. vice versa. So it looks like we got an invalid signal, guys. So it looks like now we're looking for a sell signal. Damn, that's crazy. So it looks like we're not buying the dip after all. Let's check out the news real quick.
Policy's in a really good place, and I was simply saying that we have a very flexible policy.
So S&P is dropping further, Nasdaq's dropping back again.
So we're well prepared.
Looks like it's not recovering anytime soon, so it might be taking a sell. Treasury notes are down. Let's see, Velocity said, so take the US 30 for New York and JPY for Asia, DAX for London. You can make tons of money in different sessions. Yeah, Velocity. Yeah, basically, I mean, you can do that. A lot of people do that. There's a couple people in the group, they take the Aussie 200 during the Aussie session and they think it's pretty good. I don't know if DJ is on here. DJ, are you on here? He might be asleep because I think he's in London or he's in Europe somewhere. So I know DJ was taking the entries for the Aussie during the Aussie session. He said they were pretty good. And then I think Jonathan's taking the London entries with the DAX. He says they've been doing pretty good too. And then me, myself, obviously I take US 30. So the thing with me is, you know, I value sleep. I value my rest. So I don't stay up during London. You know, obviously I can make more profit if I stay up and just trade London, but you know, you get to a point where your health is more beneficial than your profits, because I make decent profits already trading normally just US sessions. So I'm perfectly fine. But if you guys do want to make more, you guys feel free to back test those, you know, those strategies during other sessions. But man, the Dow is just, we'll see how this plays out. Let's keep watching the news until, look at the Dow, it's back up 120 points. That's crazy. It went from like 300 points to 100 points to like negative 100 points. And then now it's back up in profit.
If the fiscal side does less, does that mean the Fed needs to do more?
So I guess we'll just keep waiting, guys. It doesn't look like there's any entry currently. So we'll just have to be patient, see what happens. But I mean, it still looks like it's coming up. Like just looking at the chart right here, it looks like it's pushing up. The S&P still coming down though.
For the individuals who are experiencing that. And I think it's useful to put some faces to those numbers. This is, you know, people you know who are out of work, can't find jobs because jobs aren't available yet, and they're unemployment if the insurance runs out. Then they can't pay their rent.
Well, I did make some profit for US 30 already, so I'm not really, I mean, obviously I want to take the entry still, but I'm not really, waiting for the I mean, technically I am waiting, but if the entry doesn't come today, I'm fine. I already made my 1600 today off the other FTMO account. All right, let's go back to the charts. Check this out. Looks like US 30 is dropping. NASDAQ is still there. I don't know. We did get this buy signal, so I mean, it's kind of a mixed bag right here, guys, because look, here's the problem. Right here, the same situation happened where there was a rejection. We got the buy signal right here, and then it already shot back up to test this structure. Next, we had this rejection sell signal. So this technically could still be coming down to test the structure because it hasn't tested it yet. If you look back at the structures that I drew right here, this hasn't reached it yet. So what could be happening here is it's just establishing a, you know, low, a lower high, and then after it establishes that lower high, it could come back down to test this before either rejecting back up or breaking down further. But you know, who knows? We'll just have to wait and see, because it looks like everything on the indice market is being market driven right now, or news driven for the most part. So basically, you know, depending on what news is released from time to time, that will probably affect it. because we know whatever is happening right now in the market, there's obviously something going on. Because this move over here was like a manipulated move, like the spike in price yesterday from the COVID. This was obviously a spike up. People are selling off their positions. People try to buy the dip, then they're selling it back off. They're buying the dip, selling it back off, and literally it's just the same pattern over and over again. And see, the problem with this right here is we did get a signal, but it was an invalid signal. So the problem with that is that we might not get an entry. I'm trying to damn, look at that thing. It's shooting right back up. It's pissed me off because this thing right here would have, if this was a valid signal, we could have just taken it. Fortunately, it wasn't. All right, let me check. Yeah, so I was just making sure that it was the same signal on both charts. So yeah, looking at the currency.com and the Owanda charts, the charts are exactly the same, or not exactly, but you know, for the most part, it looks like they are. Damn, man, this thing's shooting up like crazy. It's shooting up because the market's just going back and forth. Let's go back and look at this.
Accounts at firms like SoFi, Stash, and Ally. Trading volume for those travel names was up 900% yesterday compared to your average Monday. But younger traders took that positive vaccine news as time to take some profits. Selling for Apex clients outnumbered buys almost 2 to 1. Millennials have also been long those.
Damn, it's cold in here. I'm gonna close my window.
Zoom, Netflix, and Teladoc, as well as Peloton, are all on the list of millennial top 100 at Apex. They have been massive winners during COVID, but as they got crushed yesterday, trading volume for those names was up 450% versus your average day. But it was mostly
all right.
that dipping prices as a chance to add to their positions.
Damn, the Dow shot up 150 points. That's crazy.
Another area they're doubling down on this week, vaccine companies.
I wish I took that.
Yesterday, that was the 4th most active stock among Apex users with strong net buying. And SoFi, another millennial-focused trading platform, said it also saw more.
I'm being realistic, guys. It's still early. It's only 8 o'clock.
Julia, back to you.
It feels like it's like 10 already. So that's why I'm thinking.
Shares of Disney as we head to break. Those shares down at about 3% this morning on news of more furloughs at Disney's California parks. This after the stock bounced 12%.
Deshaun said doji candle. So if it was a doji candle, then this should have been coming down because it was a upside down hammer for this one right here. Obviously, it's not doing what it would have done if this was a proper doji candle, because if it was a doji candle, it would have came down, but it's doing the opposite and going up. And that's why I don't really trade candlestick patterns. You know, the thing with candlestick patterns is that they can be interpreted however you want it to be. Like right here, price was, I'll just take off the indicators. Like right here, you know, this was like a doji as well. So price was coming down. You got a bullish doji candle. What do people normally think if you're following candlestick patterns? It's going to shoot up, right? Did the complete opposite, it came down. Same situation with, you know, this one right here. So Shawn mentioned that this is like it's like a spinning top upside down hammer. Basically, if that was a proper upside down hammer, obviously this would have came back down, right? But it did the complete opposite. So that's why I don't trade price action like that. I trade momentum because that's usually, you know, how price moves. Basically, if you see price structure break and then you trade in the direction of momentum, like we do here, you know, price broke structure, we had a buy momentum candle and then we just rode that up. Same situation here, price broke structure, we had to sell momentum, we rode this thing down. So I personally don't trade candlestick patterns. So I can't really give you an analysis over this doji, but I can just give you clear examples where it doesn't work. So that's why I don't really use them at all. I mean, they do work. So don't get me wrong. The doji, I mean, the candlestick patterns do work sometimes, but from my experience, majority of the time, they usually aren't accurate. Or maybe I'm just reading them improperly. So I probably can't answer that question if you're asking if this is a doji candle, because I don't trade candlestick patterns at all. And this thing shot up a lot. So it dropped down right here, and then it bounced up about 1,000 pips. Now we have to drop back down. I'm just hoping we get a sell signal soon so that we could ride this thing down. Let me just go through the Forex pairs real quick. Let's go through the ones that I marked up earlier. See, thank God we didn't take this trade because this thing came down. I knew something else was up with the market with the CHF. See, like what I mentioned earlier this morning, if you guys were in the room from the beginning, basically I was saying that, this was a huge move up. So what's probably going to happen is that it's going to retrace back down to correct that movement upwards. And then once it reaches here, it might just shoot right back up. However, I mean, who knows? Because the reason for this was because of the COVID news, right? Going back to what I explained earlier, the Swiss franc is a safe haven currency. For you guys that don't know what that is, safe haven currency is basically the currencies people park their money in when there's uncertainty in the world, or if there's something going on, like something crazy, like COVID. So COVID was happening. So people put money into the safe haven currency. This is a bad example because, or actually, I mean, it's not a horrible example. So like right here, when lockdowns were happening and COVID news was like horrible, people put their money into the CHF, either CHF or JPY. And then right here, when the COVID vaccine news came out, where it was like 90% ready to be released or something, when that happened, people removed their money from the safe haven currencies and then moved them back into their own specific currency. And that's why for all the CHF pairs, they all had that spike up and then a correction back downwards. Similar with the JPY pairs, spike up because the JPY is a safe haven currency. So people pull their money from the JPY and then put it back into their own currency. So price spiked up, and then now it's going into consolidation, or it will either continue back up to say if there's like some sort of another COVID breakout, or if not, then it'll probably just people put their money back into the safe haven currencies. But yeah, right now is a huge week of market manipulation because of the COVID news. And it's a lot of speculation. A lot of people are just, they're literally gambling in the market because everyone's trying to bet on whether price is going to go up or price is going to go down based off the new COVID news. And it's generally somewhere, it's a place that you really don't want to be trading, because the problem with that is that you can get caught in moves like this. So say if you were to enter, what were we just looking at, your CHF? Yeah, say if you wanted to enter this trade right here because you would have thought that, oh, it's such a strong bullish move, it's going to continue up further. Because if you look at the chart from right there, obviously this looks like a strong bullish move, right? And it looks like it's going to continue upwards. But that's where you would guess wrong, because obviously they push price right back down, and that's where price currently is. So just looking back at the pairs that we were looking at, thank God we didn't call any of these trades. Like I didn't call the JPY, the GJ. This would have been a good one though, because this is one that I talked about earlier. When I first got on the call, it was 6 o'clock and I was like, oh, should I call this trade? I didn't, but it would have hit full TP immediately. Fortunately, we didn't call it. That's fine. And then we have one last one right here, NZD CAD. So I'm glad I didn't call any trades this morning, because, the market is just moving all over the place. Currently we're just going to keep looking at US 30 for that daily entry for whenever it appears. So we'll just keep waiting for it. Otherwise we'll just watch the news currently.
We'll have to see if that bears out in clinical trials. Julia?
ComCon Technical Services said,
so much news there.
are you guts in any trade? So I think you misspelled guts for guys, but currently we're not in any trades right now. All of our trades from last night hit full TP already. So if you look at our results over here, our GBP trade hit full TP this morning for 55 pips. Our AUD NZD trade hit full TP right here for 45 pips. And our euro odd position hit full TP for 85 pips as well. And then I scalped US 30 earlier into the session, where I came up about 1600. So right now we're just waiting for the US 30 entry. We're basically waiting for a sell signal. So once we get that sell signal, I'm gonna take a short position and then write it down. But I don't know, I'm a little worried with how the market is currently moving, because a lot of whipsaws going on right now. But if we do get a sell signal, you know, obviously I'm going to call it, probably going to take it on mine too, and then we'll see how that plays out. But yeah, so this looks like we might be getting a sell signal pretty soon. So maybe I'm going to have to have to change this thing right here. So this is going to have to be a sell instead, and change this chart to a sell. There we go. All right, so I got everything prepped up right here, ready to send out the signal if it appears. But we'll just have to be patient with it. Meanwhile, so let's check out the chat real quick. Nice, 6,000 pips in 2 days. This dude's killing it. Nice. Uber is up. Damn, Uber's up crazy. It's a nice call. Who's this, by Samir? I think so. I'll get through to those personal messages a little later. But let's see. So I'll just turn on a CNBC right now while we wait for, actually, let's wait for this candle to see if it closes. We'll just run the CNBC meanwhile, while I respond to these personal messages real quick on Telegram.
So that's quite exciting and promising, but we don't know how long that protection will last. We really haven't seen any of the data from the study, and Pfizer has said they will only have even the initial safety data, towards the end of this month. So we'll look forward to seeing that. But it is quite encouraging, because RNA vaccines to protect against infectious disease are relatively new. None have been approved yet. So this, in a way, is, if it holds up, initial evidence, sort of proof of principle that those vaccines can work. It's also proof of principle that the particular protein of the virus that this vaccine encourages an immune response against, called the
Yeah, no problem, Yank. I was just, I was confused with your question at first, but I do get it now. But yeah, basically, I mean, yeah, looking at it from a hypothetical standpoint, I could see how it could be confusing, but I just looked through the chart and I didn't really see any, back-to-back signals. So I wasn't really sure what you meant by that, but just looking at it now, it just doesn't really look like that scenario would ever really play out, especially during the US session, because the momentum usually is pretty strong in that specific direction once it gives a valid signal. So like right here, CNBC on Squawk Alley is interviewing, the chief scientist at Pfizer. So, as he talks, it's probably going to push morale towards, the COVID vaccine. So that's why you kind of see the Dow pushing up right now. So as he's talking, you see that it's pushing, but it's having some resistance down here as he talks, because as he says things, people are reacting to, the specific price. If you're scalping. So I mean, obviously this wouldn't really be of importance right now, because we're just looking at this and we're waiting for the sell. But people that are scalping, on the 1 minute chart, you can see that these little movements right here due to the news and stuff.
keep your eye on McDonald's today. Shares coming
Dang,
off
McDonald's is coming down. I think McDonald's is part of the Dow too, right? Or I don't know, it might not be, but it might or might not be, but it's not doing well. See what I mean? They're talking about the vaccine and then it shot up a little bit. So we'll have to wait and see how this plays out. All right, commercial break. Let's go back to the chart. So I'm just waiting for it to drop down because I think if it drops down even further, so say if we get a couple more bearish candles right here, we're probably going to get a sell signal. Once we get that sell signal, we could enter a short position. All right, looks like it's still bouncing around. Yeah, no problem, Peter. You know, I'm on the computer anyway, so it doesn't really make a difference for me to go on live with you guys. And I don't mind doing this because I want to help you guys. I want to make sure everyone's successful in trading. Because the thing with trading is that, you know, anyone can be successful at trading. You don't have to be smart to be successful at trading. You just have to have a plan, and you have to be able to, you know, follow that plan, like regardless of the market conditions. You know, I think the more that we have these sessions, the more that people will understand that, because I literally do the same thing every day. That's why I find it like so weird how people in the chat will like do different things when literally I've been doing the same exact thing every single day. And if you just stay consistent to your strategy and your trading plan, you know, you can easily be successful at trading as well. But yeah, you know, I think this helps all of us. It helps me, helps you guys. It literally helps me stay focused because literally I'm like doing a million things if I'm not on live with you guys. Yeah, definitely, Spencer. I think it's good that we were on here because you guys even saw me take that scalp earlier, and you know I made 1,600 off that trade, and that's something that you guys probably wouldn't have seen if you know we were on live, because normally I'm scalping on my own, and I'm just making my own profit on the side while we're waiting for trades. But you know, since I was on the screen, you guys were able to see me identify that scalp and take that speculative trade live, and you guys saw the profit hit my account from, you know, start to finish. So it just brings more transparency to you guys that like I actually know what I'm doing, because I know that there's a lot of people that put themselves out that they know how to trade, but they really don't, which I mean, it's fine. You know, people will do what they want to do, but this is actually what I do. So you guys saw that live, and you know, hopefully I can do that more often with you guys. I've been getting a lot of messages from people where they want me to cover scalping, but you know, just like how I mentioned with ARK earlier, you know, scalping isn't necessarily for everyone. So that's why I don't really push it on to people, because scalping is a dangerous way of trading. You can lose a lot of money real quick, but you can make a lot of money real quick as well. As long as you understand your risk and you actually know what you're doing. You're not just, you know, blindly entering trades and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, we're just going to keep waiting for this. I would call scalps if the market was actually moving. However, it's just going sideways right now. You can see that it's literally stuck within the structure right here, and it's just going sideways. So until it breaks above, or, you know, breaks below, then we can start taking some scalps. But currently right now, the volatility in the market is just not really there. And the problem with this is, you know, this is caused because of this big move yesterday, because this big move yesterday caused, you know, some havoc in the market, because people are unsure whether it's going to, you know, correct back down or if it's going to push back up. And due to that uncertainty, there's just not that many people in the market pushing price either above or below. So I mean, we're just going to have to be patient. Like I mentioned, trading is like a game of fishing. You literally just have to wait for the opportunity. And once the opportunity presents itself, you guys have to be ready to capitalize on it. But yeah, I mean, I'm just going to hang out with you guys until we have something here. Otherwise I'm just going to keep pulling back to CNBC over here. Because CNBC it's a great outlet to follow if you're trading US 30, since this directly affects US 30. If you see these things dropping right here, you can take sells. If you see it pushing up, you just pretty much ride that wave up with it. If you want to speculate the trades.
If you had a sense of sort of how that relationship is going to change, maybe how ad spending marketing is going to change in the way McDonald's still.
Let's see. So NASDAQ is still down a little bit, but it's recovering. It looks like it's pushing up. Let's see what else we got.
To raise money and interest and enthusiasm in various political initiatives. That's happening in food. So it would be more.
Dang, McDonald's CEO entirely experience going to be digitally enabled.
Trying to make your visit shorter. And of course, John, with every second they can shave off of service time, that's more foot traffic they can get through the door.
Yeah, food, folks, fun, funds. Thanks, Carl. And take a look, meanwhile, at this mystery chart as we head to break.
Is this a mystery chart?
Of the stay-at-home trade. Yeah, following yesterday, following the vaccine news.
Wow, the Dow's up almost 200 points. So it looks like it's recovered from this morning. Just gonna close that right now while we wait for this.
What's your plan for retirement? See the world? See the grandkids? Keep doing what you love? However you plan to retire, you need to be prepared. Do you have a financial plan? Do you have a tax strategy?
All right, let me respond to these messages.
96 other retirement topics coming your way in this
Literally everyone's asking me to do scalping sessions. I mean, I'm going to keep doing these morning sessions. So I'll try to make this a daily thing because I'm trading with you guys every morning anyways. So I'll try to make these morning trading sessions every day, aside from Friday, because I'm probably not going to be trading on Friday anyways. Pause that. But yeah, we'll try to do this almost every day, if not twice a week at a minimum. Let's see. Ed's asking, how's life? Life's great, Ed. It's great every single day. I mean, life is really how you perceive it. For me, I always look at life on the bright side. So whenever anyone asks me, how's life? How am I doing? I'm doing great. Life's great. And I think that's how everyone should see life as well. Because if you have a down outlook on life, you're not going to feel good. If you have a good outlook on life, you're going to feel good every single day. Like, it doesn't matter if you have a bad trading day, good trading day, life's great. Doesn't really matter. RX said, can we take signals on Fridays? RX, so I don't recommend it, but if you want to, I mean, you can. The problem with Fridays is that if you get a signal at like 8 a.m. or no, 8 a.m. is fine. If you get a signal at like 10 a.m. or 11 a.m., then, obviously you wouldn't want to take the trade because the market's going to close. And if you're on a funded FTMO account and you hold a trade into the weekend, you risk losing that account because you're going to be breaking one of their specific rules. So, I personally don't trade on Fridays. There's like really no point because you don't have enough time. And, we've talked about this, RX. Sometimes you forget about your trades. So if you take a trade on Friday and then you go to work, you're over there killing pests and stuff, you might end up forgetting about your trade. And if you forget to close it before market close, then, FTMO might take your account away, your funded account to be exact. So I wouldn't even risk it. One day of profit's not going to make or break your account. So I just wouldn't even take it. Let's see. Yeah, Ed said also, Shawn, to my understanding, you're not allowed to hold trades over the weekend if you're funded. Yeah, that's correct. And that goes back to what I was referring to with RX. You can't hold trades over the weekend. I'm not sure what happens if you hold a trade over the weekend because I don't even want to try it. But it does violate one of the rules. So if you trade during the weekend, they might take away your funded account. So it's not a risk that I recommend taking because it's just one day of trading. You know, one day is not going to make or break your profits. Business Paying said, can you show us some scalping in Forex? So Business Paying, if you want to look at the scalping strategies, just go on the website. I mean, I'll try to show you some right now, but we're kind of focused on looking at US 30 right now. So if we do have some downtime, you know, all the scalping strategies are right here. They're super simple. Obviously, I use a more advanced technique. I use the pivot strategy, but I use something a little more advanced because I use my own knowledge and experience with my trades when I determine whether I want to take it or not. But I mean, this is if you could get this down, then you can start moving on to something more advanced. But a lot of people just can't even get the basics down. So if you can't, like, what I always tell people is, you know, get the basics down, get a foundation for your trading. And once you have that foundation knowledge and you're comfortable with your scalping or whatever you decide to trade, then you can start moving on to more advanced things. But the problem is a lot of people want to be pro traders like after a day of trading. You know, a lot of people don't remember that I've been trading for like 10 years now. So I'm able to see a lot of things that a lot of people can't see because I've looked at charts every single day for like years now. So whenever I look at the chart, I can easily just, even without the indicators, I can see exactly where these momentum swings happen, like right here, because I created these indicators. These indicators are created from my logic where I pretty much put my brain into these indicators so that you guys can see what I see. Like you can see right here, prices, you went up right here, it established a high, then it starts to come down. It has some bearish momentum right here. And then a sell signal would probably appear right here, obviously, right? And that's what happened right there. Same situation right here. Price is coming down. It's established a low right here. And then you start to see this little bullish momentum swing upwards right here because it makes a little U. And then this strong bullish candle right here would probably create a buy signal right here, right? And we turn this on and there's the buy signal. So like people think that, you know, these indicators are some sort of moving average crossover, but I just showed you guys real time what I'm looking at when I identify these signals, like right here, same situation. We have a high that's established right here. You see prices starting to round up, and then you see these bearish candles right here, and then a strong bearish candle, and then it's probably followed with a signal, which happens down here. So you see it rounds up, you see this bearish momentum swing downwards, little retracement, and then some strong bearish candles right here with a signal. So I don't understand where everyone's getting these theories that these are like some crossovers or some moving averages. There's obviously no moving averages on the chart, and I'm showing you guys exactly what I'm looking at. So that debunks whatever theory that people think that these are based off, you know, moving average crossovers, because they're obviously not. And if I was to turn on the moving averages on here, you'd see that they wouldn't even line up with the signals as well. But yeah, so like, let me go through, you know, let me see what time is it. It is 9 o'clock. So since we're still waiting for the signal to appear, I guess I can go over some scalping strategies for you guys, just so that we can basically pass some time, because we have nothing else to really look at right now currently. So let me turn on the pivots. So basically the way that the pivot strategy works is, I'll go back a little further, because the problem with this right here is that these are a lot of manipulated moves. However, this would still be, you know, grounds for some entries. So basically right here, all right, sorry guys, I just keep getting text messages. So this is the K² pivots scalping strategy. So one, you're going to identify the trend by the K² pivots. To identify the a retracement, pullback. 3, identify a rejection, K² pivots area, and lastly, signal. Lastly, enter on the open following candle. So this is going to be the pivot strategy. I know the chart's a little messy, so maybe just hide this. I can't hide it. So sorry guys. So sorry if it's a little messy, but basically it's really simple. First, identify the trend using the K2 pivots. Here are the K2 pivots. When price is below the pivots are angling in the same direction and they're spread out. That's going to be a downtrend. Vice versa, if price is above the pivots are angling up and they're spread out, that's an uptrend. So right here, we have a downtrend, obviously. We identify a retracement pullback. So price comes down, establishes a low, swings up, swings back down, establishes a low. And then from here, it retraces upwards, right? So that's the second requirement. Third requirement, identify a rejection off the K2 pivots area. So right here, you see this nice rejection off this point. There is a rejection off the K2 pivots area because it's within the pivots. It can be outside or below. It just has to be within the area. So that's the third requirement. The fourth requirement is a valid K2 signal. Right here is a valid sell signal. So we can enter on the open of the following candle. So right here, we enter a short position, put a stop loss at the previous swing or at the pivot or at the farthest pivot. So if we put it right here at the previous swing, it's about 218 pips, which is 2,180 pips. And then it hits full TP right there. Simple as that. You know, I try to make things as simple as possible, but it seems like everyone wants to overcomplicate things, which is normal. I mean, you know, if something looks too good to be true, it's hard to believe. But the thing is, I've been doing this for years now, and I just keep applying the same exact strategy. So it's really up to you. If, you know, I provide all the tools, I provide all the strategies, but it's really up to you whether you want to follow the K2 strategies or not, or if you guys want to add your little variation to it, then you can do that as well. But you know, it's really up to you because it's your account, so it's your decision whether you want to apply my strategies or not. But they are available to you guys. So let's see, I'll go over another example in a little bit. Let me just answer this question real quick. So Spencer said, which of your strategies have the highest win rate? So the highest win rate are the two strategies that I use, are the only two strategies that I really use, which are going to be well, I mean, they all have very high win rates, but since I'm trading these every day now, I can see the actual results from them, which would be obviously the K2 daily US 30 strategy. You know, we've done the math on that. I think that has like above 85% win rate. And then the K2 SR zone trading strategy, which is this one right here. The K2 SR zone trading strategy. This is what we use for all of the K2 signals. You know, all of these TPs that were hit yesterday, these are all from the zone strategy. Literally all of the signals that have been sent out since, I'm assuming May, I think, they're all from the same exact zone strategy. And that has like above 80% win rate as well. So, you know, I always tell people, everyone always asks me, what do I use? And it's always been the same every single time. I use the K2 SR zone strategy and the K2 daily US 30 strategy. Sometimes I use the pivot strategy because it lines up with the zone strategy sometimes, but everything's always going to be based off the zones for Forex. And then the daily US 30 strategy for the, you know, obviously the daily entries. And then if you want to scalp, this is the scalp strategy that I use. Yeah, so there's one example right there. I'll show you another example over here. Let me see if I can pull it back. It's literally the same thing. And I'm still confused why people overcomplicate things because it's not supposed to be that complicated. Same situation over here. There's actually two entries. So obviously price is above the pivots, they're angling upwards and they're spread out. So it's been trending since way over here. So identifying the retracement pullback, you can see that there's a bunch of entries here because it goes up in this direction, pulls back, rejection, buy signal. So I could just do this quickly. There's one entry right there, full TP, right? Another entry right here, price goes up, retraces, rejects, buy signal, another long position right there at full TP. Again, right here, price comes up, retraces, rejection, buy signal, full TP. There's so many opportunities here that you could have taken. Again, right here, price is still trending, retracement right here, rejection, buy signal. There's 4 back-to-back wins right there. If, you know, if someone tried to take all of these pivot entries right here for scalping, which is super simple. Let me see if I could go back even further to show you guys, you know, something else. Sorry guys, this thing keeps disappearing. All right, so same situation here. And we can even go back over here. So same thing here. Identify the trend. Prices above the pivots, they're angling upwards, they're spread out. So this is an uptrend. Identify the retracement. Price comes up, retraces, comes down, rejects, comes up, buy signal. There's a buy entry right there, full TP. Again, right here, price comes up, retraces from this point, rejects from this point, buy signal. Another full TP right there. Same situation. This is an invalid signal, so we wouldn't count that. Same thing, price is still trending up. Identify retracement from here, rejection, buy signal, full TP. So stop loss would probably be a little closer around here for 130. Because we put it at the previous swing, it would just tip the full TP right there. So as you can see, this strategy is extremely easy. And if you go back, you know, it's 1, 2, 3. There are some more wins right here if you wanted to take these as well. But that was like 3 wins, another win right there, and so on. So this just goes to show that if you just follow the requirements, it's not that hard, guys. Like literally identify the trend. We've identified the trend, identify the retracement. We've identified the retracement, rejection, rejection, valid signal, enter the trade. There's no guesswork there. And that's what I like about, the K2 strategies versus other more subjective strategies like price action. Because the thing is, there's no concrete requirements there if you're trading something like price action or something that's more subjective, where you're over here identifying these candles, right? Because you look at these candles and for you, this might be a strong bullish candle, while for someone else, they're like, no, there's a wick above, so that's not a strong bullish candle. So everyone's going to see things differently. But if you follow K2, it's literally impossible for you to get things wrong, because the strategy, like the requirements are so restricted that if, obviously like right here, this is not going to be a trend because there's no price above or below the pivots. They're not angling in the same direction and they're not spread out. So yeah, if you guys need help with the strategy specifically, I can go over them with you, but you guys have to reach out. There's a lot of people in K2 that are just not reaching out. So I can't help you guys if you guys don't reach out. But now that I have these morning sessions, anyone can join in on this and then I can help you guys out if you guys have any specific questions. But okay, so let me go back to the question. So Spencer said I try using the zone strategy, but I guess I have to keep watching the video until I get better. Yeah, Spencer, I mean, with the strategies, you're not going to get them right away. Obviously, you have to keep practicing and practicing and practicing until you finally get it. Obviously I created the strategy. So this is so simple to me where I can literally I can identify so many entries here, like with just eyeballing the chart versus, someone else that isn't familiar with the strategy. They have to actually learn it. And it's like learning a new skill. Like literally you have to just keep practicing and practicing every day until you actually learn it. Dang, look at this bullish move right here. I wish that this was a valid buy signal, because if it was, we would have hit full TP by now. Man, sucks, but it's all good. Or actually wouldn't hit full TP yet, but it's nearly about to hit full TP. Let's go back to the news to see what's going on causing this bullish move. Let me refresh this. Yeah, because everything is like pushing up like crazy right now. So the Dow's back up plus 220 points.
But if I can afford not to be.
Yeah, I mean, look, Peloton was lower. It obviously has reversed and reversed sharply, and maybe for some of the reasons, Tiffany, that you laid out. Pete, what about these names? Is this transition going to last? Is it time to get out? With all due respect to Tiff and the nice move that we're seeing and the reversal we're seeing in Peloton today, Pete, is it time to get out of some of these names?
There's certainly, we talked about some of these names are. And when you look at Zoom, when you look at Peloton, when you go across and you look at all of these various names that have been those incredible outperformers, we've had great performance from quality names as well. Where when I say quality, what I mean is their balance sheets look really great. And we're talking about companies where you look at the multiple and it's far more something that's appealing, I think. But then you look at these other ones and you've had such an incredible run to the upside. If indeed we are at the point where we are now looking over across the mountaintops and we're able to see a little something, which I kind of feel we're getting there, Scott, with this vaccine and the possibilities of a second vaccine and so forth. I think some of these names, those are things that I want. That doesn't mean every single name in the NASDAQ is a sell. I do think there are the quality names out there that will continue to produce to the upside. Now let's not forget this. Just a day or so ago, we're talking about the NASDAQ.
So it looks like a lot of these tech stocks are starting to drop, because I think now that the vaccine is being announced and pretty much like people are going back to work, they're not really going to need all of these work at home things.
And it's been a great ride for those who've actually caught it. But I also think that there are quality names out there that still have plenty of upside. Apple, Microsoft, a lot of those various names, Facebook. I go down the list.
Some of those names, Pete,
Interesting. That's crazy, because that vaccine news just came out on Monday, and then it looks like everyone's like selling off all their positions in these tech stocks and stuff, because they think that COVID is going to get better all of a sudden. I mean, which it probably is, but looks like Apple is up today. Apple's up. Looks like Zoom's down. Slack's down.
Coming off this big day that we had yesterday, maybe not for the NASDAQ, but for the Dow, setting its first record since February, and where stocks could go from here. What are you telling your clients today?
All right, let's see what the chart's looking like.
To stay calm, because it's wonderful to feel this euphoria.
Dang.
That we kind of felt yesterday and maybe over the past week, depending on which side of the aisle you're on. But when stock prices are going higher, you certainly can feel that euphoria. I don't really think it's a rotation, Scott, number one. I think that tech sector has a life of its own, and as it has gone up, it also pulls back at various times.
So yeah, guys, I don't know if we're gonna get a sell for US 30. I mean, it's still kind of early. It's only 9, so maybe we'll push it back till 10. We'll see if there's any entries at that point. But I mean, this is a strong bullish move up. But this is what could happen. This could actually shoot up, hit full TP, and then it could come crashing right back down. So I'm not too worried about it. But we'll have to see. I mean, obviously, if it gets later and later into the market, it's going to be too late for us to really take the entry. But we will try to catch it if it comes back down. I'm just following the news to see if there's anything that's happening. So Facebook's down, Amazon's down, Netflix is up, Alphabet's down. It's kind of a mixed market right now, guys. Half of the stocks are up, half of the stocks are down. So that's why it's literally just moving sideways. So if you look at this from here, it's kind of just consolidating within the zone area here.
Who knows what kind of stay-at-home orders you might have in some of the big cities in America.
So what we could probably see happening is it'll probably test this high right here for like a triple top, right? So we hit the triple top, we get a sell signal, and then it comes crashing down.
Obviously, a delay in that would maybe be an upset for the market. Is the market too complacent about
Let's see.
all of those things that I just mentioned? Virus cases are exploding. We're not waiting for them to. The president has not conceded. We don't have a vaccine plan in terms of rolling one out, as Kramer.
See, he's like listing things right now.
Market paying attention to the wrong thing?
I don't think so. So, yeah, it could get worse in terms of the administration, particularly with the Department of Justice now taking an active role and assuming, at least speculating, there is fraud there. But the good news is
S&P's back up.
Is that there's light at the end of the tunnel. So whether the current president concedes at any point in time or not, he will be out of the office and Biden will be in. And then you'll have panacea with the caveat that we don't know where the Senate's going to be. But assuming the Senate is going to be either a slight Democratic majority or the Republicans maintain it, you're going to have a perfect investing background. And the reason I say that is because you still have all that stimulus, equivalent to over 25% of GDP sloshed around in the system.
NASDAQ slowed down. Let's pull up NASDAQ real quick, see where it's at on the chart.
The vaccine. I just don't think that's true. I spoke to one of the vaccine companies yesterday, and they do have a plan. Depending upon whichever countries approve it.
Let's go over to NASDAQ.
First allocations.
Damn, dude, look. So who was I mean, you guys were in here earlier. Remember what I was talking about earlier? I said that there was going to be a rejection off this point, and then from this buy signal, it was going to come and push up to this next structure right here, right? And it played out exactly how I said. I wish I took this trade, but damn, it played out perfectly. Let's see who was asking about this earlier. Someone was asking about
when the government, the administration said, the current administration says it's going to be available. He wasn't talking about
Emmanuel. Emmanuel, are you still in here? So if you look at NASDAQ, it did exactly what we discussed earlier. This is exactly what we were talking about, where I said it was it's basically just following the pattern that it's been playing with earlier. Like right here, price came down. It created a low right there. And then after that, it followed with a buy signal, which came up to test this zone up here. So we did the same exact thing that we just discussed earlier, which is perfect. I mean, if you took that buy, that'd been great. This is like one thing that I've been using for my scalping as well. If you guys are familiar with how I used to scalp before, I did release a strategy a long time ago. It's kind of similar to what I just discussed here. Basically, we identify the high, like right here, price swings up. We identify a high, like right here. And then if it's followed by bearish candles with a sell signal, then we take a sell. You guys should probably, it's like one of the very old webinars that I went over with like one of the older groups where I discussed that strategy. That's one of the scalping strategies that I do use, or I used to use. I just don't really use it anymore or teach it because it's subjective, and I don't like teaching subjective strategies to people because the problem is a lot of people just don't get it, or they interpret it incorrectly. So NASDAQ shot up right there. Like, here's the thing right here. It could reject off this point like it did right here. And then if we get a sell signal, it'll probably drop right back down. So NASDAQ recovered a bit. S&P recovered a bit too. Yeah, it sucks. For the NASDAQ too, we got a, I mean, for S&P, it was a false signal as well.
What you now tell us is that you're adding to your short book with lower quality software names, you say, and internet names that appear overvalued. Are we talking about those stay-at-home stocks, the very ones that we were just discussing? A lot of these tech names, high growth ones that have had such a great run. Well, you know, thanks for
having me. That'd have been a good sell too.
Only 180 days since that conversation we had.
All right, we're back at US 30. I am still waiting for the sell signal, guys. I'll probably be on for like another hour, maybe hour and a half. But if we don't have an entry, probably by like 10, or 10:30, then I'm probably gonna get off, guys, because I've been on this for like 2 hours, which is fine because I was gonna be on here anyways, but I gotta go head to the gym to wake my ass up because I'm falling asleep over here watching this. But okay, so let me pull this back up right here. All we can really do at this point is just follow the news to see what's going to be happening next.
With those lower rates. And as we sit here today, we think that, it's been a heck of a run for the market. And I do
Business Paying said, what is those line? What are you referring to, Business Paying? I'm not sure what you mean by that, because there's a lot of lines on the chart. Not sure what you mean. Are you talking about the S&P? Are you talking about the NASDAQ? Because we went over 3 pairs, so I'm not sure, or 3 assets. I'm not sure which one you were referring to. Or US 30, or if you could be more specific, I could probably answer your question, but I'm not sure what you're referring to specifically.
So we're not making some big macro call. We're just saying this is a normal normalization of those multiples. Tech companies are still going to do fantastic. That's what we're betting on. But at the same time, we think the other half.
Let's see. I was hoping the Dow was going to drop, but it looks like it's just pushing up even further. It's up 238 points now.
See it, priced into some of these stocks.
So you do, in fact, it sounds like, think it is time to be selected.
Yeah, it looks like everything is starting to push up, but we'll see how long that pushes up for, because this looks like it's going to drop.
Reopen, epicenter, cyclical, value, whatever you want to call them. The stocks that have a lot of potential upside because of the news of the vaccine and the ultimate distribution of it.
I mean, we're in the business of portfolio and risk management, Scott. And so if multiples expand by 40% and you're not making any adjustments to your portfolio, right, to massive binary events like the announcement of probably the best vaccine ever produced, right? That would be us failing to do our job.
Russell 1K is down.
The companies we love, our top 5 have generally been the same top 5 for well over a year now. But on the margin, we're managing our exposures, to take advantage of what we think will be a rotation back into some of these stocks which have been uninvestable. As you know, this move has been happening. The bond market, the 10 years, 90% off of its lows, right? The 30 years, 50% off of its lows. But there's still a significant ways to go before we revisit January 1st levels. And the inverse to those higher rates on the long end of the curve is lower multiples on these high growth stocks. So that's a natural phenomenon. We're not, we don't have any panic around these terrific companies. Zoom is a world-class business, is going to be a world-class technology platform for a long time. But I think
Business Paying said the dotted line. The dotted lines are price points. They're just price points on the
into some of the companies which have
on the chart for they're like critical price points. They're just like round numbers, basically.
Very much. You were in very early. Is that it? Sort of one of these. I don't know. What did it go public? 100 times sales?
Let's see. All right, I'm done looking at this for now. So let me pull this down and go back to the chart. But yeah, Business Paying. These are just these dotted lines are just price points. You can see that they're like the rounded numbers. Basically, they're quarters in the chart. So obviously, a full number is going to be 0, 0. It'll go up to like 750, 0, 0. Same on the bottom. It's going to be 250, 0, 0. So they're just quarter marks for price, but nothing really specific. I mean, they're not necessary. They're just there for my visualization. Because basically when price breaks these, specific price points, they generally continue in that direction if momentum is pushing in that direction. So obviously, right here was a rounded number. It's 29,500, right? We had a sell signal. It pushes to the next zone right here. And then from that zone to the next zone. And that just gives you a breakdown as to where price is moving from these round hole numbers. Ed said, hopefully we get a nice rejection from the minor resistance level at 29,415, so we get a signal. Man, I hope so, bro. I'm getting like antsy just sitting here waiting for this this entry. So yeah, like I check that out. It's actually a really strong rejection point right there. So right here, it's rejected once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. And then right here, if we get a sell signal, so if this rejects off it, we get a sell signal, then I could see this thing crashing down a little further. And then hopefully when that happens, we can take that trade. So I'm hoping that this stays below it and this candle doesn't break above it and it just creates a rejection. Business Paying said, NASDAQ going to tank, watching the monthly chart. Let's go ahead and take a look at that as well. So you're looking at the monthly chart. That's a pretty big, sorry, I'm gonna close this. I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily going to tank, you know, aside from, I mean, it's probably going to drop, but I don't think it's going to really tank because people aren't just going to sell off all the tech stocks. You know, the tech stocks aren't necessarily going to go bankrupt. Like the NASDAQ 100 carries like all of the big tech stocks like Zoom, Slack. It's not like all the tech companies are going to fail all of a sudden, you know. It might drop a little bit, like maybe to there, and then it might, you know, correct back up. Because one thing that you have to keep in mind is that when it drops, people are going to buy the dip. It's not like people are just going to keep selling off and not buy into these tech stocks. Because, you know, if Apple goes down to, you know, if it drops like 20, 40 bucks, people are going to buy that stock and people are going to stock up on it. So even when this drops, you know, when people want to buy the bigger tech stocks, let me see if I can see what's on the NASDAQ 100. See NASDAQ. Okay, so here is the, sorry, let me move this over here. I just want to give some reasoning behind your, you know, your thought process, because a lot of people think that it's just going to drop, but look at all these companies that are in the NASDAQ, you know, Activision, Adobe, Alphabet, Amazon, Apple, you know, just to name like these big names. So the thing with NASDAQ is it'll drop, but it's going to correct at some point. It's most of the time it's going, you know, Costco, Dollar Tree, eBay, Electronic Arts, Expedia, Facebook. These are companies that aren't going to disappear. Gilead Science, you know, for the what's called, for the vaccine for COVID, Fox, Illumina. There's so many big companies here, you know, Intel, Intuit, like literally all these companies, Marriott, Microsoft, Netflix, all these companies, Paychex, Qualcomm, Sirius, Ross, Starbucks, stuff like that. So the thing is with NASDAQ, even if it drops even just a little bit, not like we're looking at the monthly chart, but we go on, say the 4 hour or something, say if this drops far enough, like, you know, down to whatever, down to here or down to here, if that happens, people are going to buy the dip. It can only drop so far because there's so many big names, like big name companies here, that people aren't, like, these companies aren't going to go bankrupt. There's not one company here that's going to go bankrupt, you know. I'm trying to look at them to see if there's anything here that's really going to drop them. So let me go over here to the page 1, and then I'm going to see the biggest percent. Oh, they don't have it here. I was going to try to see what's dropping the most. But so let me just look at this real quick. AMD is probably the most right now at 5%. Let's see, do we have here? Intuit. I've never even heard of this. Mercado Libre, NVIDIA. So they're basically just microchip companies like NVIDIA, and then a couple other ones that are bringing it down currently. So the thing with this is even if these drop, people are going to put money into like, other companies that are going to continue carrying it higher. My Business Paying said how to add them. Sorry, Business Paying. I'm lost with your question. I'm not sure if are you trying to add the lines that we were talking about earlier, or are you talking about these stocks here that that we just discussed? I took a little break from looking at the thing real quick, but yeah, Business Paying. I'm not sure what you mean by how to add them. When you ask a question, maybe next time just be a little more specific, like how to add the lines or how to add the stock, so that I know what you're talking about. Because I'm not really sure what you're talking about when you ask these questions sometimes. All right, Ed said thanks for the webinar, Shawn. Gonna head to the gym. Nice, man. I need to head to the gym too. Probably after the if we don't get an entry after 10, I'm just gonna call it a day for US 30 because it doesn't really look like there's going to be anything here. So right here, if this rejection happens right here and it closes within the 3 minutes and then we get a sell signal, then I'm going to take that sell signal. However, if this closes above this zone and it just keeps pushing up, then there's probably not going to be a sell signal coming today. But I mean, we'll wait and see. Hopefully we get something because I want to enter something. See, Spencer said, you see anything with the one EST 4-hour candle close? Let's see, 10, 11, 12. Wait. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what time zone you're in, Spencer. 1 p.m. Okay, sorry, yeah. So, yeah, 10 a.m. my time, 1 p.m. your time. The time zone always throws me off for some reason. But I'm going to be looking at them right now since we're still waiting for this to close below. And yeah, John said basically all the stay-at-home stocks are tanking because COVID will get people back to work. Exactly, 100%. Like I see it tanking, to some extent, but I don't really see it dropping like that much. Because people are going to buy the dip regardless. So it comes down. The 1 hour, the 10 minutes probably not the best time frame to look for dips. But something like, how to add a dotted line. Yeah, so just click on this right here, Business Paying, the trend line tools. You click horizontal line right here, and then you click on the chart. And there you got the dotted line on there for you. And then if you want to change the settings, just go to style right here, click on line, and then it'll have options right here if you want the line, the dash line, or the dotted line. So for me, I use the dash line, but you can change it to whichever one you like. I think the dash line makes it a lot easier for you to look at. So yeah, let's take a look at the, I'm gonna keep looking at US 30 right here. So we got about a minute left on this candle. Hopefully this closes, and then let's see how much has it dropped the last time that happened. Oh, fuck yeah. So perfect. So right here, the last time it rejected off it dropped like nearly 2,000 pips. So if this drops again right here and then we get a sell signal, then, perfect. I'll take it. Let me just get this ready over here. All right, perfect. Solves all of our problems if we get the sell signal here, because then I can take the sell signal, then I can go to the gym, and then I can chill and just let this hit full TP. All right, we got about 20 seconds left. I just want to make sure that there's no signal that appears before the candle closes. And then after that, Spencer, I will look at the Forex pairs because I don't want to miss the signal if it ends up closing. I think we're going to get a signal in the next candle. Let's see. We'll have to wait and see. All right, so let's look at the Forex pairs now. RX said, Shawn, sorry about all the repeated questions. I'm just nervous about the real FTMO account. I will get my Stone Cold Steve Austin swagger back. No, I get you, RX, you know, and I feel you because you don't want to lose that account. It took you so long to get that account. And, you know, you always ask me, what should you do from there? And my advice is always going to be the same. Just keep doing what you've been doing, you know? You got funded for a reason. And if you just keep doing what you did to get funded, you should be able to stay funded. The problem with a lot of people is they'll get funded and then they start changing up their game plan and then they end up losing their account, when in reality, they could have just kept doing what they were doing to get that account and things could have been perfectly fine. And I think that's what's the problem with a lot of traders once they get their funded account, because they just get too cocky and they think they can do their own thing. And they're like, all right, I don't need K2 anymore. And then once they start doing their own thing, they end up losing their funded account. So what I recommend, ARC, is just stick to the plan. You know, we have this talk maybe once a week. And, you know, I like giving you the talk because it gives me motivation to motivate you to do well, because it's possible. But okay, so let's get back to these Forex pairs. Let me see if there's any entries. I'm just going to go and mark these up just in case I see anything coming up. Radomir. Hey, Radomir, how's it going? I see your question. Sure. What's your question? JPY. Nothing there. ZD. Nothing there. USD. Nothing there. CAD CHF. Nothing there. CAD JPY. Nothing there. CHF JPY. Nothing there. Euro odd, nothing there. Euro CAD, nothing there. Euro CHF, nothing there. EG, technically this would have been entry, but overall there's nothing there. Let's see, EJ. This technically would have been the entry over here at, this was last night. So we actually missed that entry, but nothing there overall right now, nothing there. Euro USD, I don't see anything there, nothing there for GA. Man, this is like really unfortunate because there's no news today, like during the New York session. So I was really anticipating there to be some moves, but doesn't look like it. A late entry for GJ. I don't know. Let's see. Let me keep going down here. All right, let me check this real quick. All right, so Randomir said, in TradingView, I tried to activate K2 signals and they don't work for some reason. Radomir, do you have a subscription to the K2 strategies? Because you need an active subscription to unlock the indicators. The indicators aren't free indicators, so you can't just use them without having an active subscription. You would have to have an active subscription to K2 in order to have access to them. Let me, I don't think I've seen your name before, Radomir. Yeah, I don't think you have access to the indicators. So if you want access to the indicators, just go to the website, k2trades.com right here. It's simple, it's k2trades.com. And then you can go here to, we have the trial still going on right now. So once you're on the website, you just scroll down to the bottom over here and you can sign up for the 1 month trial subscription right here. So you just scroll down to the bottom, hit subscribe, and then you can get access to all of the K2 strategy course, all the K2 indicators, and all the K2 premium groups. So once you have access to the course, this is what the course looks like. And then everything will be broken down right here. So right here, it'll give you all of your links to your K2 premium Telegram groups. And then pretty much all of these basics over here, how to use TradingView, you know, the basics right here for trend line, support, resistance, and then all of the K2 strategies right here that we apply. So that's how you would subscribe. You just go to the website, k2trades.com. It'll take you to this page, scroll down to the bottom, and we still have the trial going on right here. So just click on subscribe, and then you can sign up that way to get access to the K2 indicators. Let's see. See, RX said, I used to trade London US 30, but when Marcus left, I was lost a little. Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned before, US 30, this strategy wasn't based on, it wasn't meant to be used during London session. The strategy is meant to be used during New York session because it's a US asset. So if you want to trade London, I recommend you probably trade the DAX, the German 30, since that's a German asset and it's going to be volatile during that time. I mean, you can still use US 30 if you want to, but I haven't tested it and I don't even use it myself. So that's why I can't really recommend that you use it, or, you know, I know, right, Edward? I thought you went to the gym, bro. You still here? Yeah, this is the drop that we were just talking about, right? I was saying that, see, if we see this rejection off the K2SR zone right here, which we did get, and then if we get a sell signal right here, so once we get a sell signal, I think it's going to keep dropping further to hit our TP right there. So that's pretty much all I'm waiting for. You know, we've got 2 minutes left on this candle. Once this candle closes, I'll keep continuing looking at the Forex pairs, but it doesn't look like we're going to really get any, you know, Forex entries by 10. I see, Ed. Yeah, you couldn't go away for too long. Can't miss this US 30 entry. All right, so let's see. Yeah, we got 2 minutes left on this candle. I'm gonna wait for this candle to close before I move on to anything else, because I do not want to miss this entry. I got my MT4 open and ready to go. Let's see. I'm just waiting for this thing to close. Yeah, John said the trend indicator changed from uptrend to mixed, and I could see that because I mean, it's literally been going sideways pretty much. Oh, you're talking about the trend meter, right? Yeah, I'm looking at the pivots right here, but it is trying to break below it. You know, it's hitting some support right there, but I think if it breaks through it, I think we could definitely see a drop coming. A minute left on this candle. Once we're done with this, I'll go back to the Forex pairs and we can take a look at that real quick. You know, before we continue our analysis. Man, it's cold today, guys. Let's see what's the weather like right now. Yeah, 46 degrees. Jeez. Actually, no, it's 50. Okay. It's still cold. It's normally not cold like this in Cali. Yeah, Rick said, here we go, US 30. That's what we've been waiting for all day. Yeah, sure, no problem, Radomir. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, and, you know, I could help you out with anything. I could help you master these strategies because they're pretty easy to pick up. It's more so just about practice and getting everything down. Wow, look at this strong bearish candle right here. Strong. Come on, we need that signal. I think this next candle might be a signal. Let's see. There we go. Now it's just got to be a valid signal. It better not be another invalid signal, or else I'm done. If it's another invalid signal, I think, you know, the market's just playing games on us at that point. Damn, Eddie said Boston's hot right now. What's weather like in Boston? Check. Dang, LA weather? That's crazy. It's cold over here, man. Let's see, weather.com. I keep forgetting you're out there in Boston. Wow, yeah, it is hot out there. I mean, it's not super hot, but it's sunny. It's 73 degrees. It's actually pretty nice. Oh, you guys are going to be hot like this whole day. It's going to go up to 76. That's crazy. Yeah, that's pretty warm. See, over here in Irvine, that's where I'm located. Yeah, over here it's like 59. In my office, it's even colder because I had my window open, so I had the cold air blowing in here, and then I just closed it. So now the cold air is like trapped in my office. Damn. Okay. So looked at that. Let's see over here. Oh my gosh, Ed! If this happens, I'm gonna be so upset. If it's another invalid signal. Is there something going on? Let's see. Check the news again. Let's reset this.
You have to assume that the world looks exactly like it did before. But I encourage everybody to do their own work. You know, these are not for the faint of heart. The numbers around COVID, and Scott, you've done an extraordinary job of reminding everybody. The numbers are getting worse. The vaccine announcement is not in all clear.
Global warming. Dang, it's hot in New York too. It's like the opposite. I would think that the East Coast would be freezing over there, but it's not. It's freezing over here. Yeah, I know. It is definitely global warming for sure. Because the East Coast should not be warm right now, especially, you know, we're in November. I expect it to be freezing out there. Yeah, just following the this news right here from the CNBC. See, it's like really conflicting because the COVID numbers are not getting better. The vaccine is not even for sure. We technically don't officially have a president yet in the US. So I don't understand why you know, the market's shooting up like that. Oh, look, Pfizer is dropping again, guys. So it had that little nice push up and then it's starting to drop. So I could actually see the Dow dropping. Oh my God. Okay. So we don't have any signal at all now. Yeah, I know. I just saw that. Yeah, this sucks, man. I guess I gotta wait a little longer. I mean, the longest I'll probably wait is maybe like 10:30, 11. Probably by 10:30, I'm probably just gonna call it a day for US 30 because it doesn't look like we'll really have anything. See, the Dow's up, S&P's down, Nasdaq's down, the Russell 200's up, or 2000's up. All right, commercial break. Let's check out the, oh my gosh. Okay, let me just take this off. You know, I just hate when it gets my hopes up because we were so excited to take this trade, but then it just ends up coming back up. So look, check it out. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's already a quadruple top. So I don't know if this thing will continue up or if it'll just come crashing down. Market's so unpredictable today. It's kind of hard to see what's going on. So let's see right here for GN. I think this was the last one we were looking at. There's nothing there. For GU, there's nothing there until it breaks above this this zone right here. But I'll just mark it up for us to look at later. NZD CAD. If we wanted a late entry, it would be right there. However, it does look like a bit of a risky trade to be taking. But I'll just mark it up as well, so we have something to look at. Nothing there for NZD CHF, nothing there for NZD JPY. unless it breaks, above this zone right here. Let's mark that up in case. NZD USD right here, nothing there. USD CAD, nothing there. USD CHF, also nothing there. UJ, nothing there. Yeah, Forex pairs just do not look like there's anything there. I don't know if you saw anything, Spencer. Did you see anything? Because I personally didn't see anything, and I zoomed right through them pretty quickly. I guess I could keep this open right here just in case. So this would be a late entry for this one, which would be right there. But see, the problem with these late entries is I don't want to get caught in any like crazy movements, because that's generally what usually happens when you try to take these like late entries. It looks like the JPYs might be coming up. I'm going to go look around for all the JPYs. If they're all shooting up, then maybe I'll call this right here, because you know how the group gets. Some people just want signals. And, I'm trying to give out quality signals, and it's hard to give quality signals when people are impatient. But I know, everyone here, everyone that's in this room right now, you guys are serious about your trading, because obviously you guys are trying to learn. You guys are trying to follow along with everything. So I do appreciate that. But, there's a lot of people in the group that just want signals, and sometimes it's better not to trade, but I want to give out at least like one trade. So you're looking at GJ. Let me take a look at that. Yeah, I was thinking about that too, bro. So this same with GJ for that late entry. I mean, we could probably still take that. Let's see. So I might just call GJ. I might call AJ. See how that goes. Actually, let's look at the G. See, here's the problem with the GBP pairs. All the GBP pairs are coming down, right? So the only pairs that are bullish is GU and GJ. These two are bullish, but GN is bearish. It's coming down. GC is coming down. GCAT's coming down, and GA is also coming down. So it's a bit of a risky trade because there's a lot of uncertainty as to whether it's going to, continue up or drop down further. But looking at all of these JPY pairs, it looks like the JPY is actually a little weak right now, especially with US 30 pushing upwards. Oh, man. So yeah, Ed, it looks like it pushed back up, so it doesn't look like there's going to be a signal anytime soon. But look, check this out. If it keeps testing it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, that's a lot of times testing. It might create a strong resistance point. So if that happens, it can probably drop even further. Just trying to see here if there's any more other points where price is or was rejecting from. Doesn't look like it, so it looks fine. I mean, we'll just have to wait for that signal. I don't know if the signal's coming because it's literally just consolidating sideways. Looking at GJ right here, Spencer, I'll probably wait for this to close. And then after it closes, maybe we can make a late entry on this. But yeah, I mean, the JPY pairs are basically the only ones that I really see right now. Odd JPY and GJ. Everything else is kind of just not there. NZD CAD, nothing there. NZD JPY. So it's literally just JPY pairs that look decent right now. But we'll see how this plays out. It's okay. Want to go outside? All right, Kai's about ready for his walk. All right, buddy. Let's see. All right, let me go through all these messages right now. We got a whole bunch here. So let me get through all my messages real quick. I got a ton of messages here from everyone. Let's see. All right, let's see what else we got here. All right, guys, I got a ton of messages here, so I'm just responding to everybody right now. All right, C6 in here, man. CC guys, the funniest messages. I can check out that movie, Trading Places. Let's see. All right, let me keep going. All right, let me just look at this real quick. Yeah, nothing there. I mean, if anything, GJ is probably gonna be the only one that we can really call. AJ's, I mean, it's fine, but it's not that great. So this would probably be the only one. I'll let it pull down a little bit. We have about 8 minutes left on this candle. Nothing with US 30 still, guys. I'm patiently waiting with you guys, so bear with me because we're in the same boat. We're both waiting for this, you know, the sell signal to appear. Yeah, let's see. Let's see. Okay, yeah. So for your Beebs, I'm gonna show you how to here. Sorry, I'm just getting to your message, Beebs. So if you're because I just saw you. If I can show you on the live. So is it, how do you know there was news? Because there wasn't Forex Factory. Yeah. So on TradingView, if you want to have these news events down here, because this is how I have you know, these set up right here. Then nothing specific, but if you want to have those set up, just click on this. Where's the settings button at? Yeah, the settings button right here. So you click on this little screw right here. Then you click on settings. And then you go to events. And then you check all these on right here. So make sure that this is checked where it shows show dividends. It's going to be irrelevant because this is for stocks, but just have it checked. Show the splits, show the earnings, this is the main thing right here. It's the economic events. So once you have this checked on right here, you can see I have nothing down there, right? And then when you turn it on, you can see that the events are down there. So once you turn that on, just click OK. And then you'll have these events down here. So you can cross-reference them with Forex Factory plus with TradingView News. I'm gonna message you now. Here, let's see. Let me keep going down. Let's see, Emmanuel said there was a sell signal on FXCM seen. I don't use FXCM data because it's not very accurate. I recommend using currency.com data. For Emmanuel, are you talking about NASDAQ? Let's see if I can pull up NASDAQ. Yeah, so for NASDAQ, there's also a sell signal here as well. But this doesn't mean that it's going to be a sell entry, because this strategy that I use on US 30, it's not meant for NASDAQ. So you shouldn't be applying the same strategy for NASDAQ and for S&P. I know a lot of people do use it because it does work sometimes, but I haven't tested it. So I can't tell you that it actually works or not. Everyone kind of just uses it because they want to, but I wouldn't necessarily use it, because it's like, if you look at the strategy says daily US 30 strategy. It doesn't say daily NASDAQ strategy or daily S&P strategy. This strategy was created for US 30. So if you want to use it on different assets, feel free, but it's going to be your responsibility to go and back test it yourself to make sure that it actually works. Because I haven't back tested it, so I can't give you guys, my reference that you're supposed to be using it for these other indices, because that strategy is specifically based for US 30. You can use the other strategies like these right here, the zone trading strategy, the pivot strategy, because they don't say FX only or US 30 in it. It's a generic strategy that works for all assets because they're based on momentum. However, this strategy for US 30, this is only for US 30. So if you guys want to use it on your other assets, feel free, but make sure that you do your own work and make sure that you confirm that it actually works, because I haven't tested it. So I've never advised anyone to use the strategy on any other indices. People just do it on their own. But because it works on US 30, it doesn't necessarily mean that it translates to the NASDAQ or the S&P or the DAX or the, any of the other indices. Other people just basically did that on their own. So before you go and trade that live, make sure that you actually go and identify it yourself. But okay, so that's it for this right here. Let me go to. Man, I'm still upset that there's no US 30 entry. It's 10 o'clock. We literally been on this call for like 4 hours, and all we were waiting for is let's see. Okay, Emmanuel, sorry, because you were talking about NASDAQ earlier, so I wasn't sure if you're talking about US 30 or if you were talking about a different asset. So let me pull up. See, like the problem with FXCM is that their data isn't very accurate, so I don't ever use them. But let me see if I could see it on here. So I don't even have their data for FXCM. Where did you see that data at? Emmanuel, because I typed in US 30 here. I don't see any data for FXCM. So you might be looking at something else. Are you looking at a different asset? Because it should be coming up on here. I've used FXCM for Forex, and it's not accurate. So I don't recommend you guys use that. I only recommend using forex.com data. But for US 30, I don't see any FXCM data on here at all. So I'm not sure if you're looking at the wrong asset. You might be looking at the wrong one if that's the case. Let's see. Yeah, I'm still checking out this stuff here. Dang, so there's no entries for Forex. I'm guys, honestly, I don't like forcing trades, but I'm probably just gonna have to call one because and you guys are on this live call, so I'm probably not going to take this call on my own. Well, I might just place it as a pending order, but I might cancel it if it doesn't fill. But you guys know how the chat gets, and people want trades, and that's all they want. So I'll probably give out this GJ buy stop right here. But just keep in mind that this is a risky trade, okay, guys? Because I don't want you guys to hop into this trade and it's like super risky. I mean, it's not super, it's not, it looks like it might be actually fine. So I might even take it on my own account actually, because I could see it pushing up like that. All right, so let me just call the signal real quick. So you guys are gonna see how I call the signals. I'm sure most of you guys have already seen me call the K2 signals before. It's not that complicated. Yeah, Emmanuel, I typed in US 30 here. There's no FXCM data here. I don't know if you're on a different, are you on a different trading view? Because I don't know where you're located, Emmanuel. Maybe if you're located in a different country. I know some people are located in like Europe and their trading view is different. So they have different data. Oh, I see. You just do that. It looks the same to me, Emmanuel. I don't see any sell signal here. It looks exactly the same as the here, let me go over here at US 30. Yeah, the data looks exactly the same. I don't see any sell signal here. Oh, Africa. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I'm looking at the FXCM data right here, and I have it next to currency.com, the one that I actually use. It looks pretty much the same to me for the most part. I mean, there's some other signals here that, like, see, this is what I mean with FXCM. They have more signals than currency.com, and I always find them to be inaccurate. So, like, check this out right here. For currency.com, we have a buy signal right here, right? And then it goes up. This is a nice buy signal. Again, right here, sell signal. But it looks like the FXCM data is a bit different. Also, the pricing is different too. You see the pricing for this one? It's kind of off by like, I mean, it's not off by a lot, but it's off by a few pips. It looks like the FXCM data might be delayed. So I don't know if I would follow the FXCM. I would recommend just using the currency.com data because that's what I found to be the most accurate. That's why I follow this more specifically. Here, guys, I'm going to enter the trade with you guys too. What the heck? Might as well. So I'm just going to spread about 4 pips. Use my smaller forex.com account. Nothing too crazy. No, I feel comfortable at this. I'm just going to buy up market. Screw it, whatever. 60 pips. I take a little bit higher risk on this account because this is like my whatever account. It's my play money account basically. I only have like about like 5,000 in this account anyway, so it's all good. It's all good. All right, so I'm in that trade. I'm gonna go ahead and just call this for the looks like we're not having a US 30 call today. I mean, technically we probably still would, but we'll see about that. try to pull a normal trade and it ends up going straight to the US 30 entry. All right, let me just send this out real quick. You know, I'm just gonna give this the same as I'm already in the trade. I might as well just give you guys the normal parameters. All right, cool. So you guys see how I do this pretty quickly. It's not that difficult. What was this? 60 pips. Change that image real quick. Because I know people are going to be like, oh, that doesn't line up. It's only off by a few pips. I just gave it to you guys early because I'm already in this trade. So, you know, there's no point in me giving you guys a different entry point when it's the same thing. Set up my alerts, full TP plus 60. Let me check US 30 real quick. No signal. All right, cool. So we got those right there. I got my stop loss set for that one. All my alerts, we good. TP2, and we got TP1 right here. TP1 15. So looks like we good. Looks like we're about to hit TP1 soon. Probably gonna hang on to it for the full move. Thanks, Spencer, for this this referral, because I wasn't really looking at GJ. I was looking at the JPY pairs in general, but I wasn't really looking at GJ, and it looks perfectly good. So it looks cool. Let me see if there's any other questions here. Dang, she killed it. Dang, Cheryl killed it. So Cheryl just signed up with K2 on Sunday. Look what she did. Damn. Ton of profits. She said her first 2 days with K2 made a few mistakes, but not too bad. I mean, she killed it. This is like amazing. How many profits she hit. I mean, she could have made way more if she, you know, obviously if she didn't take this loss and this loss, she could have been at 2,000 for the day. It looks like good stuff. Damn, Dejan barely made it to the live. We've been on this live for like 4 hours already, bro. We've been waiting for this US 30 entry, but it doesn't look like it's gonna come. So unfortunately, we might have to call this session to an end soon, because we've been on this session for 4 hours, man. I'm getting tired, getting antsy. But let's see. Yeah, I mean, it keeps pushing up. If it keeps pushing up, we're obviously not gonna get a sell signal. But we do have this pushing up right here. So you know what I'm doing? I'm gonna keep John said he's been looking at US 30 since this morning, waiting for it to break up or down. I know we've been doing the same thing all morning, Dejan. We literally have been watching US 30 for the past 4 hours since 6 a.m. my time. Since the market opened, literally, like right before it opened, we were literally watching it, this entire move, and I actually scalped through it pretty decently. So I scalped it on one of my my FTMO accounts. So like, yeah, right here for the day, I made about 1,600. I don't know if you can see my screen. So I scalped this live earlier. If you want to go back and rewatch it, you know, that small loss on top is only like $10, but oh, there we go. We got that signal. Whew. Looks like we might be in for a trade finally. Just when I was about to leave for the gym. Yeah, maybe we'll take this trade, then we could be good. And then oh man, Ark, are you still in here? I just saw your message, man. You're a funny guy, bro. I just saw the message you sent me. Okay, let me keep going down these messages real quick. I got a ton of messages here. See, Emmanuel said, watching US 30 today, waiting for the entries, making me feel like a security guard watching the CCTV. It's exactly what we've been doing, like literally all morning. That's how I feel too, because I keep going back and forth, and I keep going back to CNBC to watch the news to see if anything is happening. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like the Dow's starting to drop 184, 183. Let's drop that down to 170, 160, and then we might have that signal that ends up closing. Come on, let's go. And this has tested this, you know, this top like a bunch of times. So this actually might be a pretty good sell. So let me go and preset my stuff right here real quick. 30 sell stop. So we could be quick with this because it's probably going to move very quickly. It seems like. All right, we got 5 minutes left. Let's hope that it closes. Let's see, looking at CNBC right now.
It's overdone already. Just kidding. Just kidding. No,
This dude said just kidding.
Wait a minute. No, just getting started. We've had, and it's very important for your viewers to remember, we've had 100 years in which value outperformed growth. Owning value stocks means you're getting more in earnings and assets than you are when you invest in a growth stock. When you invest in a growth stock, you're betting on something that's never happened before to happen in the future on an individual name-by-name basis. When you own a value stock, you own something that's proven it can make money. When you own a growth stock, you're hoping that something good will happen, and there's all kinds of work to show that people tend to be too optimistic.
All right, we got 5 minutes, guys.
So for 100 years,
I was checking out the news right here. Saying.
And in the last 10 years, we've had
yeah, the Dow's starting to drop. Here we go, 169, 168. The S&P is dropping back too, so it's looking good. Nasdaq's dropping again. They're all dropping, so it's looking good for us. So let's hope that it keeps dropping because I need the signal before I head out, or I'm not going to feel comfortable going to the gym and not taking this US 30 call. So let's see, we got All right, I'm not going to keep looking at it because it's going to make me more impatient. But let's see what else we got here. I'm looking at the Dow stocks right now. I'm thinking about like creating like a long-term portfolio and pretty much just holding all of the, all the Dow stocks. They're freaking expensive. Like, how do I expect to buy one of these stocks that, I mean, Verizon could be a decent one, $60. Walgreens too. Walmart. I mean, a lot of these stocks are like freaking unattainable, guys. They're like too expensive. I mean, technically, no. Like literally, you can buy these and just hold on to them. It's probably like a couple $1,000, maybe $5,000-$10,000 to buy every single Dow 30 stock and hang on to it. I'm falling right now. It's dropped to 160, so it looks like we do. Oh, fuck. Okay, it just pulled back right now. Yeah, it just pulled back. Yeah, someone hit my freaking car. Or I don't know if someone hit my car, but my alarm's going off. I could just hear it beeping right now. Sentry mode has triggered the alarm state. Damn it. Okay. I gotta go check on my car in a bit. So let's hope that this closes so that I can get my ass to the gym and I can check on my car because my alarm just went off, my Sentry alarm. I'm really hoping someone didn't hit my car in the garage. I'll be pissed. Let's see. No, Ed, we're still on, man. We're waiting for this sell signal to close. Let's see what else we got here. Wow. Okay, our GJ is looking good. I'm up in GJ almost $50 in profit. Waiting for this US 30 to close so we can enter this trade. Andrew, I'll check gold in a second. Let me just catch this hopefully. All right, make sure this is the right account. I'll change this to we got 1 minute left, man. It's like countdown right here. Dejan says, Shawn, can you send me your gym routine? I'll try to send you it. I don't really have a routine though. I literally go to the gym and then I see what I need to work on. And I literally just work on that stuff. But I do have some routines I can send you. I'll probably look them up later and then I can probably send them to you in a bit. See, Spencer said you can use Robinhood or M1 Finance to buy fractional shares. Yeah, no, I've seen that before, the fractional share stuff, but I want to get dividends. So I want to just buy the full on stocks because if I plan on buying and holding it for, a long-term portfolio, I plan on just buying it and hanging on to it for a long period of time. All right, man, we got 30 seconds, guys. Here's the real countdown. Just got to make sure that it stays dropping. Okay, come on. 20 seconds. Got to make sure I don't enter this. K2 becomes K2 gym membership. I was thinking about opening a gym at some point, but with COVID, it was like, there's no way. Oh my God, no way. Come on. Oh my God, the fucking signal didn't close. Oh my God. Okay, so I guess we're waiting for another 10 minutes. Jeez, man. Yeah, I'm not going to enter it. It's too risky. Manually didn't close. There's no signal there. So unfortunately, there's no entry. Even on FXCM as well. Damn man. What a... Seriously, John, man. I was waiting for that for like freaking 10 hours. Oh my God. John said I can do push-ups for 10 minutes. I know, Emmanuel. I thought it was, I really thought it was going to close, but it didn't. So I just got to X out of this real quick. Let's see. FIFA. Dejan said Shawn is a Tesla owner. Yeah, Dejan, where you been at? I had my Model X for like the past like 6 months already. I got my, the alarm was going off. The freaking Sentry alarm was just going off right now. I hope someone didn't hit my car, but it's hard. I'm gonna check the cameras anyways when I get to it. Oh my God. Okay, guys, if we don't get a signal on this anytime soon, it's already pushing kind of late. It's already 10:30. So if we don't get a sell signal in a little bit, then it's just too late for us to enter the US 30 because the market closes in about 2 hours, and that might not be enough time for us to hit full TP before the swap spread. So let me keep going down. Velocity said, so what future systems do you have in works for us? It's going to be a secret, guys. I'm going to make my profit first, and then I'm going to go buy my McLaren, and then I'll share it with you guys. I'm just kidding. I just got to work on it a little more, see what kind of other scenarios I can run through it. And then once I have a pretty solid system down, then I can share it with you guys. But I have a pretty solid system down on my own, which I'm probably going to be using personally before I release it over to you guys. Oh, Spencer said you get dividends. You can get dividends on fractional stocks. I didn't know that. I'll have to look into it because I've looked at it before, like with other companies, and they don't give dividends unless you have the full stock. Because if they were to give you dividends, they'd give you like a very small percentage of the dividend, which just, I mean, it really wouldn't make sense if you're buying, you know, something specifically for the dividend. You might as well just get the full dividend. Let's see. John said, should I close odd NZD, hit TP, but didn't execute on my account, probably because of slippage? Yeah, John, I personally would exit that in profit if you could, because I don't, you know, once it hits TP, it's kind of risky to hold it even longer because there's no guarantee that it's going to, you know, continue on. Velocity said, if I create a profitable system using the K2 strategies, can I get my own K2 chat room? Of course, Velocity, you could join the team. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, Spencer said it's all good. It will close in our favor. Yeah, it looks like it because it's still coming down. So, you know, maybe it'll continue to drop. I just don't want to jump the gun, enter the trade, and then it ends up going the other way. I'm going to wait for the actual close because I want that confirmation because there's been a bunch of times in the past where I've entered and I entered too early and it just didn't play out how I thought it would. We also have this pending one for the 15 as well. The 5 already gave one out like way over here. Let's look on the 30. The 30 looks like it. So this is the cool thing. Look, if the signal closes on the 10, it's going to fall through on the 15. So this is going to be a sell and it's going to fall through on the 30. So if these all become sells, it's probably going to drop super heavy, right? To the next zone. So looking good so far. Yeah, damn, this thing's dropping pretty heavy. I think if this drops right here, or if it closes, it's just gonna come crashing down, like boom, to the floor. Not to the floor, obviously, but you know, to that that next structure down there. Let's see. Dejan said, "This is why you gotta do DAX." Yeah, no, I recommend doing the DAX during London. I don't recommend doing it during US, but I mean, it's still going to be highly volatile because US session is still pretty active as well. Edward said, is Alwanda showing something different? I don't think so. Let me check. No, it's same thing. Same exact signal, so should be good. As long as it closes, it just has to close. That's the main thing. Velocity said, I want a McLaren. They're sexy. I know, man. They look so nice. A lot of my neighbors over here have Lambos. I'm not really much of a Lambo fan, but but they do, and they're pretty clean too. It's just not it's not my type of car, you know. Let's see. Oh yeah, it's just a delay. Just hoping this drops down a little below. But yeah, so my neighbors have they all, like 3 of my neighbors have Lambos, and then 2 of them have i8. Some of them have some GT3s. Super nice cars. So like I wasn't really into cars until I moved here. But yeah, ever since I moved here, it's made me want like a supercar more and more every single day. Like I have my Tesla and it's cool. You know, I guess it's considered like a high-end car too. It's an expensive car, but yeah, supercar, hypercars, that's a whole different level. Shawn's selling that Hellcat. Man, I'm gonna get that Hellcat just so I can make some noise, wake up my neighbors. Yeah, Ed, the 720S is super nice. That's the one that I really want. You know, I got it on my goal board right there. I got a whole goal board right there that I look at every single day, and that's what keeps me going. A lot of people always ask me, you know, what keeps me going? What keeps me wanting to help you guys out every day? And you know, the thing is, it's like it's just me passing it down to you guys. Because the thing with me is, I was in the same position as you guys. You know, I was a new trader at some point, and I didn't have any help. Had no mentor. Had no group to trade with. And it got boring and it was hard. So, you know, now that we have K2, it changes up the game, because you guys have a group of people that actually want to get better at trading and that are looking to level up every day. So if you have that motivation to keep you going, you know, it keeps me going as well. Let's see. John, so I'll personally wash it for you, £1 payment. John really wants a Hellcat, huh? Let's see. Yeah, no, I agree, John. The cars, the supercars and hypercars are really hard to get in and out of. I've gotten into a Lambo. It's so low, and the seats are super hard. I mean, you don't get the car for comfort, but you know, you get it for the status and stuff. But yeah, I agree. Those cars are hard to get in and out of, and they are they're not very comfortable. Let's see. Emmanuel said, "Do you do giveaway?" I want to be like you guys when I grow up. Yeah, bro, I'm gonna go send you a car out there to Africa, bro. So you can show off to your friends. Let's see. Ed said, "Don't fancy watches." No, I'm not much of a watch guy, bro. I mean, maybe at some point, because you know, even for me, you know, I've my whole life I've lived like a normal lifestyle. I was never wealthy. I've never had anything really. Everything was earned pretty much. Even with K2, I didn't really have success with trading until like maybe the past 2 years. And then I didn't have success with, you know, creating or turning my strategy into something that I can teach until like a year ago. But, you know, times change, obviously. So I might get into watches at some point. But just for me right now, I'm not really into fancy things. You know, I'm pretty basic, pretty normal. And then now I'm slowly getting into cars. So, you know, who knows what will happen a year from now. As I continue to grow as a person, continue to grow as a business, all that stuff, you know, I might start liking those things too. All right, cool. Looks like this one is about to close. We got 30 seconds, man. Better not play with me this time because I've been waiting for this too long. All right, let's see. 20 seconds, man. It's freezing my room, so I'm like shivering while I'm like watching this. Daniel said I don't even have a bicycle. Talk about more of a car. Yeah, Dejan remembers the first K2 SR, the old one. That one was whack. I mean, it was cool when we first did it, but then honestly it became whack. Okay, guys. So I'm already in the trade. I'm gonna send this to the group. It might be too late, but I'm in the trade, guys. So let's see. Try to send it to you guys right now. I mean, if you guys are in this chat, you guys saw that this trade's active, so you guys saw that I'm in the trade. So whoever's not in this trade, whoever's not in the webinar, they're missing out. All right, so we got that right there. I'm gonna send out my FTML parameters. 92162. All right, guys, looks like we're good. Looks like I can finally go to the freaking gym, and I've been waiting for like 4 or 5 hours. I'm in profit, dude. I'm like 500 bucks in profit already. All right, we good. I gotta walk high too. This dude's right here knocked out. He's probably pissed because he's been chilling all day. All right, let me see. Full TP. We're good. All right, guys, looks like we're good. So I'm about to go hop off and walk my dog, go to the gym, and eat lunch. You guys know normally from like 11 to like 2, I'm usually not available because I'm doing like my lunch stuff, midday stuff. But we have 2 active trades. We have US 30 active right now. We have GJ active as well, both in profit, looking good. So I'm just gonna let these run. Let me set my parameters for US 30. Actually, let me send this over to the other group as well. Just forward this to the owners group. All right, let me set my TPs. Take profit right here, 929.038. All right, looks like we're good. Pretty nice in profit right now in all of my accounts. Let's see what we got here. Nice. Reggie, check this trade right here. All right, cool. Let's see. Yeah, Dejan said it's funny. Everyone in frenzy trying to find the entry price. Numbers are different from MTO and normal broker because of the data feed, right? Yeah, Velocity. So FTMO uses the actual futures data, while the other brokers like Hugo's Wayne stuff, they use the indices data. So the numbers are a little off, but they're not off by a lot. They're only off by like 120 pips, which is not. It's not a huge, like it's not a big difference. You just got to add and subtract, 120 to the price. Which doesn't really make a huge difference. Spencer said the minute we're all in the trade, it gets so quiet. Yeah, I know pretty much everyone's gone, it seems like, or there's still there's 17 people in here. So everyone's pretty much, they took the trade and then they're on their way. But yeah, guys, thanks for showing up. Hold up, let me check this. Andrew, I think you asked about gold earlier, right? Sorry, let me go back to gold real quick. Honestly, I wouldn't trade gold right now because after this big drop, it's gonna, possibly go sideways, and then it'll either fill the gap and correct back upwards, or it can drop. So the thing is, it can go either way. So I personally wouldn't trade gold right now. I don't even trade gold normally, so I wouldn't even bother looking at this. But see, the problem with this is when big spikes in price happen like this just opens up opportunity for manipulation, because the thing is, the banks and institutions are going to be watching gold. They're going to see if there's more buyers or sellers, right? If there's more sellers, they're going to spike price up to stop everyone else out, and then they're going to drop price back further down. So you have to look at it from a psychological perspective, because they're playing games with you, and this is something that you probably shouldn't be playing with until it moves smoother. Like obviously, when it moves smooth, then yeah, you can take these trades. But when there's a spike up, like you can see right here, whenever there's a spike in price, you can just always go back to previous data. There's always going to be some sort of irregular movement before it continues in the direction that it's supposed to go in. So you can see right here, there was a spike in price up, right? It fills the gap right here, but then it spikes right back up to stop everyone out. Look at this wick right here. This is an unusual wick because people are hopping into this sell because they FOMO in. They see this big drop and they're like, okay, I'm gonna enter a sell. What do? They spike price up to stop everyone out, and then they drop it right back down. So this is a trap that you shouldn't be falling for, especially with this drop, because this drop is huge. So you can see right here, this dropped, and then they spike price up to stop people out, and then now it's going sideways. So the thing is, if you look at the IG sentiment and there's a lot of sellers, they're gonna spike price up again to stop everyone out and then possibly drop it down. Same situation with if there's too many sellers. I mean, if there's too many buyers. If there's too many buyers, they're going to spike price down and then they're going to shoot it right back up. So this is why this is something that I personally wouldn't trade, because it just leaves open the opportunity for a ton of manipulation to happen. And unless you're able to have a big stop loss, you're probably going to get stopped out as soon as you enter. So it's not something that I recommend taking. There's just too much risk involved with this specific asset at this time. And then for EJ, let me pull up EJ real quick. I was looking at this earlier. This would have been the entry right here. So technically this would be the entry. So it'd be a late entry. I personally wouldn't take it because it's getting close to the next zone. But if you do want to take it, it's going to move alongside of GJ right here. So obviously if GJ is moving up, EJ is probably going to move up as well. So if you want to hop into that, you could, but you're already too late to enter this at normal entry. You're already late about 20 pips. So it's really up to you if you want to take that risk to, keep riding this up, because it'll probably keep pushing up. Like, don't get me wrong, it's probably gonna keep pushing up. But me personally, if you're going to do that, you're already entering at a 15 pip, handicap, because you're getting in late. And I never recommend entering a trade late. So it's up to you if you want to take it, but me personally, I wouldn't take it. But yeah, so it looks like that's about it, guys. Thanks for showing up. See you later, Velocity. Yeah, all of us got to take a break. So we've been on this webinar for like 5 hours already. It's basically a work shift right there. So, all right, guys, I'm going to catch you guys in a little bit. I'm going to go walk my dog, go to the gym, have some lunch, and then I'll be back on the Telegram chat after all of that. If you guys have any questions, feel free to reach out. Otherwise, I will catch you guys in a couple hours. But